Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Vaishuu. Captain, one of my warriors gruffs out. We've had word from the ground troops. All signs are clear. I nod to him and heft my sword back into the holster at my hip at the news. I'm glad to hear that those vermin orcs haven't gotten anywhere near Outpost #5 since our last embarrassment in the north a few months ago. Thank the goddess Atia that Commander Vaishuu had the strength to reclaim it and not let it fall into enemy hands. The commander has a fearsome reputation for a reason. His dedication to the battlefield is unmatched by anyone else I've seen other than myself. When I'd first heard of that traitor Khan and his scheme with the orcs, I'd wanted to go and skewer the fool myself. There is no greater dishonor than a Naga who sides with any other creature besides our own kind, let alone another captain tasked with defending the line. When word had been spread about the commander's feat of successfully holding the outpost and taking care of the traitor, I'd celebrated with a strong drink and a nod in honor of him. However, with the orcs now clearly thinking that they are a far greater threat than they actually are, I've since doubled my patrols of the area in order to keep our presence heightened if the chance arises, and we need to defend ourselves once more. I will not allow my outpost to be overrun. It would be an ultimate dishonor, and I could no longer bring myself to show my face as captain. Waving my hand back to my two warriors, I take us all through the tall grass away from the outpost for our daily scout and head into the lush forest. Normally, I don't bother chasing beasts through the weeds, but Mynir had given me the sense to come this way today, and who am I to disobey a god's orders? I signal with my hand to my warriors, waiting for them to fall into formation behind me before I pick up the pace and traipse through the thick brush. As unkempt as the forest floor is, it makes the perfect cover for vermin to hide in while lying in wait for a passing Naga. Orcs are nothing if not oafish and stupid. However, their brutish strength and their hard bodies makes for quite the opponent when they are found in large numbers together. Which is why our scouting has been of top importance in protecting the integrity of the outpost. I flick my tongue out, tasting the air around us. It's clean of stench and filth. No orcs here. Clear, Captain, the warrior to my left informs me. I nod and lift my arm to snap a few low-hanging branches that are in my way, tossing them to the ground and making a few gallus hidden in the bushes nearby scatter with their loud squawking. As Naga, our land is a sign of our wealth. We protect it fiercely and without provocation, and in the face of another being coming to encroach on it. We defend it at all costs, no matter the consequences. Being part of the warrior class myself, my land is my territory. My pride is my outpost. I will do whatever it takes to keep everything, including this forest, free from orcs. I flick my tongue out again when we reach a dirt path that has long been worn into the earth. I run my eyes along it, curious as to where it leads. Perhaps this walking path is a trail hidden away and used by the very vermin I seek to destroy. I pull my sword out of my holster and follow it east. The tracks stamped down into the dirt look fresh, but not in the sense that someone has just recently, within the last hour, passed through here. I flick my tongue out again and feel my lip curl back when the distinct taste, a tangy odor, fills my mouth. Orcs. I knew it. Flicking my hand out again to my warriors, I signal them to stay vigilant and close by me. We hurry along the path while the sound of rumbling through the forest grows louder. An arrow whizzes by my head, causing me to thrust my sword out and cut it in half. I let out a roar of fury and turn to the source of it. Another flies out from between the dense brush and sinks directly into the warrior's neck closest to me. He chokes out a sound before dropping dead onto the ground at my feet. "Bastards!" I scream. My remaining warrior and I turn and run through the forest, crashing through the brush, camouflaging them from view. I thrust my sword forward blindly, catching it in the shoulder of one of the orcs and gritting my teeth when a scream erupts from it. I hook my arm back and raise my sword again, coming around the tall bush to the other side of it. The orc closest to me grabs at the wound on its shoulder, falling back to avoid another blow from my sword. However, I'm too quick. I catch it in the side and send it careening into another one of the orcs. My warrior throws himself into a third, colliding and bringing them both down onto the ground hard enough to knock the wind out of both of them. Spinning on my heel, I swipe my sword back over my shoulder and slice through the thick chest of another orc who has a club raised up to strike me down. I narrowly avoid it and dodge, rolling onto the ground before picking myself back up onto my feet. In the same motion, I raise my sword once more and catch it on the hilt of another club. I thrust my strength into it, slicing it right out of the orc's hands. Glancing around, I see that we're surrounded by at least 8 or 9 orcs. This must be what Minir wanted to warn me about. Bless his virtue. A choked noise rips my attention away from the crowd gathering around me. I spot my other warrior, held off the ground by thick arms wrapped around his neck. The orc squeezes my warrior hard enough to snap his neck in a split second. I grimace as he's unceremoniously dropped to the ground like a sack of rotting meat. I shall honor them both and their bravery once I get back to the outpost. Raising my sword once more, I glare at the beasts who grin at me. Clearly, they believe that I'm outmatched. A laughable offense if I wasn't so angry with what they've done to my warriors. I strike in quick, sharp blows. Battling the group head-to-head isn't difficult, but it is overwhelming if my timing isn't entirely precise. I've faced many foes in my time as captain, and these beasts will fall just as every last one before them has. I revel in their cries of surprise when my sword sinks deep into their flesh. I strike with no remorse, and with all of the fury I have built up from their stupidity at thinking that an uprising against me, against us Naga, has been a wise choice. My first victim is the arrow shooter who killed my first warrior. I plunge my sword deep into its gut and twist it for good measure. The agonized cry that leaves those thick lips fuels me as I rip the sword out from that soft belly that they so foolishly forget to defend. As a creature with my own soft belly, I've cultivated many techniques that allow me the freedom of close contact combat, while also being mindful of how open I leave myself to potential threats. It's the only way to live as a warrior, discovering your weaknesses and cultivating strengths around them. The orcs around me scream in anger. Their clubs fly wildly at me in order to overwhelm me and throw me off my footing. Luckily, I've trained extensively for this. I duck and weave around the forest, crashing through more brush in order to widen my battlefield. I catch the end of my blade on the neck of another orc that rushes me and swing it around to sink it into the next one's chest, right into its beating heart. Both of them drop, leaving only a handful of them still standing. I grin at them. Is that it? Is that all you cowards are made of? I spit on the fallen ones at my feet. Pathetic. A rumbling moves through them. One of them pounds its chest with a large, meaty fist and raises a club in the air. It swipes it at me, leaving that soft belly open like the fool's before it. I duck and drop down to my knee to avoid the blow. Coming up with a wide arch, I throw my entire body weight into that soft belly with my sword and use my shoulder to wedge it into the rest of its body. We both crash to the ground, the club going flying out of its hand and landing somewhere by my legs. Blood pours out of the wound, coating me in it where my body rests on top of the orc's large body. The light leaves those beady eyes, and finally, the final breath shakes the body no longer. I lift my head to the last few remaining. Well, all of them quickly back away from me. I chuckle to myself and stand, pulling my sword out of a corpse once more. I know I'm a fierce warrior. I've trained for long enough to become one on the battlefield. Watching these vermin scramble away from me fuels me. I stalk towards them, my sword held up in front of my body. All at once, they turn and run. Their big bodies crash through the forest, leaving a visible trail for me to follow. I grin to myself and do just that.
Chapter 2. Asta. The sunset overhead is incredible to look at. I gaze at it while a breeze rolls through the forest. The trees overhead sway gently in the wind, causing the branches to tangle up with one another and block my view of the sky momentarily. This is always my favourite time of day, golden hour as I like to call it, to roam through the forest. It's peaceful, and there's much less activity from those that dwell around here that I need to avoid when trying to safely travel. The sky is a bright red with streaks of pink and orange that convene together in a beautiful smattering of colours that I force myself to look away from. It's about time that I need to be heading back to my cave for the night. I don't want to get trapped out here without a light source. I did that accidentally a year ago, and it scared me so badly that I refused to leave more than a few hundred yards away from my home for months. Being forced to sleep in a tree so that any roaming wargs looking for an easy meal couldn't pick my bones clean had been terrifying, especially when their howls carried for miles and seemed to come from everywhere. Heading back down the trail I usually take, I swing my basket next to me, happy at how heavy it feels. This season has surprised me with how plentiful it's been so far. Normally I can walk for miles and only find a few herbs to fill my basket, and any vegetation that is needed for my supplies back home is usually sparse, even though they're native to this area. Yet, so far this season, it feels like a breeze collecting everything. I don't want to jinx myself, but maybe this year's cold season won't be so bad. I spot a few flowering plants just off the path and head over to pick them. I'm careful to keep most of the stalk intact as well as the root. Once I gently place them in my basket, I take out the small piece of paper that I handmade and unfold it carefully onto my knee. I mark a small X on my map before pocketing everything back in my dress pocket again. Then, grabbing my basket, I head back to the trail and for my cave. The walk I usually take back to my living area is pretty straightforward. After finally getting over my harrowing night up in the tree, I'd taken the time to mark my way through the trees in order to keep myself from getting lost again. Even though I've practically memorised this entire area, it's easy to take one wrong turn and get completely switched around with no other way to identify where I am. I guess I should be thankful, though. While I'm out here, not much bothers me, aside from the occasional carnivorous scavenger. It makes living life on my own not so bad, even if I do get rather lonely at night. I wish it wasn't the case, but for some reason, my thoughts always wander off to daydreams that I can never have. Having a warm fire going while I'm tucked into bed with someone, or an arm wrapped around me as fingers drag through my hair gently. Sometimes even my dreams co-conspire against me to make me want for things that won't ever happen. I don't know why I've decided to be out here all by myself. Most days it doesn't bother me much. It's hard to tell because the days bleed into weeks that soon become months and years. Time is a rolling rock down a long and steep hill that I can never seem to catch up to. I can't remember exactly what's brought me out here, but it's been a long time since I've seen anything else that walks on two legs. Occasionally, there will be tracks cutting through the forest that are most definitely left from dark elves or orcs. You can tell because of the way they stampede through everything and leave destruction in their wake. Not to mention the herbs that I use for my supplies getting trampled on and left in ruins. I try to stay wary and avoid those trails for a while until it feels safe again. I'm not exactly afraid of seeing other beings from Kainvu's mainland, but I definitely don't want to run into any of them, let alone lead them back to my cave where they can steal all my things and leave me for dead after they're done playing with me because they feel like it. I'm just a human after all. I'm nothing special in the eyes of the dark elves, the orcs, or even the Naga, all of which are feared races with tendencies towards deviousness and cruelty. Humans, by comparison, are nothing but annoying gnats. Most believe we're meant to be subjugated and ridiculed if only for the enjoyment of watching us scream for mercy. A pit forms in my stomach, making me curl my basket tighter to my body. At least no one has discovered me yet. I've taken painstaking measures in order to assure that comfort and to stay out of the way of any traveller that happens to roam close to my home. My cave is hidden amongst the folds of a large hill and the grassy knoll that I purposely leave unkempt. It looks wild and uninhabited, which is the perfect cover for me. Sure, it might seem silly to take all of these measures, considering that my loneliness tends to creep up on me at the worst of times. But I have the stars to keep me company. I have the gallus to chase around when I need fresh eggs for breakfast. I have the herd of capra just a mile up the trail that allow me to pet them sometimes. I have so many things to keep me occupied and out of my thoughts, as well as to remind myself that it's not that bad living on my own in the middle of nowhere. In fact, most of the time it's freeing. I stop to look up at the canopy of trees crowding my view of the sky above. Now, if only my heart could agree with my logic. For a while now, I've had this fleeting feeling that comes and goes, telling me that something is coming for me. It's like a pang in my chest that hits me every so often to remind me of my own destiny, if I can even call it that. It usually comes once I've seen the tracks in the woods. Thoughts will race through my head that whoever has passed by must have been looking for me, and if only I had been standing there on the trail at the same time, we would have run smack dab into each other. Where does this feeling come from? I have no clue. It doesn't make any sense at all once I shake myself out of it. It's closer to the thoughts of a mad woman who's lost all form of sanity. But it's hard to get out of my head once I'm reminded of it. I know that I'm destined to be alone. I've come to terms with that fact a long time ago. But for some reason, the nagging in the back of my mind is ever present. A reminder that I can't shake, no matter how many things I fill my head with in order to ignore it. Beyond my forest, far from my cave, is the outside world. A dangerous and treacherous place for someone vulnerable like me to go to. Yet, I know that one day I'll be forced to leave the safety of my woods and travel there. But why? What made that thought rattle so loudly inside of my head? Perhaps I've spent too much time isolating myself away from living things, that I've started to slowly drive myself insane. Or maybe it's even worse than that. Maybe I'm ignoring the warning signs that are smacking me right in the face. Maybe it's time for me to go visit my herd of capra. They are friendly animals that never mind having me around. Most of the time they even let me stay with them for the entire day while they grazed freely. I'll have to bring my paper and sketch some things while I'm out there. They live on a beautiful grassy knoll that overlooks Fort Marzu. I don't tend to get that close to the Naga on a regular basis, but perhaps I can make an exception. Surrounding myself with living beings that weren't just plants and trees could do wonders for my mental state, as well as give me new inspiration that isn't based on the phantom touches of a lover I've never had. I pick up my pace, noticing that the sky is growing much darker now. It must be right around twilight. I still have plenty of light to see to get home, but if I dally any longer, I'm going to end up in another tree again for the night. I shudder at the thought. When I get home, I'll have to wrap up some of the extra samana for the capra. It's been growing like weeds in my garden, and heading out to the knoll would give me the perfect opportunity to get rid of some of the bundles before it spoils on me. I hate when food goes to waste like that. I smile to myself. I can't wait for tomorrow morning.
Chapter 3. Vaishuu. I crashed through the forest, intent on cleansing our lands of the disgusting filth. It is my duty to take these fiendish creatures down once and for all. Those that run will not live to see another day. If there's one thing I hate more than orcs, it's cowardice. Face me like a man. If you're going to fight me, don't run like a mouse. The orcs have no honor among them. I will wipe them out once and for all, I vow. Even letting them breathe on our lands is too much kindness for them. Their scent is thick on the air here, so thick I can taste it. It's nauseating, filling my nostrils and making me want to retch. Thankfully, there is very little sound, minus the crunching of the leaves underfoot and the sound of my footfall as I track the enemy. I can take them by surprise if I'm quiet enough. I pause for a moment, taking in my surroundings. There were only half a dozen orcs that were left, and they fled on foot. Pathetic weaklings. My men are back at the site of our skirmish, but I know I'm more than competent enough to handle half a dozen orcs on my own. The most important thing is to ensure there are no survivors. This will send a message to the orc people as a whole that we are not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, I push onward, knowing I've nearly caught up with the utter poltroons that fled. I will wipe every last one of them off the face of the planet. Grunting noises alert me to their presence. They are lumbering through the overgrowth, crashing into logs and breaking limbs off trees in their haste, creating a giant racket that would alert even the least competent trackers to their presence. "Face me like men, you pathetic little mice!" I holler, standing my ground. The remaining orcs come crashing to a halt once they hear me, each of them turning to spot me standing in a clearing, sword drawn. "You won't get away that easily," I vow, panting as I catch my breath. "You may have run, but you can't hide. Look at him, he's alone," one of them points out. "We can take one, stupid Naga," another agrees. "We will kill this creature and take his head back to our chief." "Good idea," the first nods, coming for me. I dodge the attack easily, swinging back around to slice off its head in one broad swing of my sword. "You underestimate me." My eyes crinkle as I watch them scratch their heads in confusion. Letting out a sonorous war cry, one of the tallest orcs rushes me, bludgeoning me with a barbed club. I take a hit to the side, but I manage to dodge enough that it merely glances off me. "Ha!" I lift my face to see the orc's eyes narrowing at me. "You won't find me so easy to defeat," I crow, lifting my blade again. Two of the orcs surround me and I turn nimbly on my feet, blade outstretched. The orc's main tactic is clumsy force. I spent years of my life in the military training in combat and defense. I know how to face off against multiple opponents with finesse and grace. They fly at me, beating me back towards the tree line as their axes and clubs rain down blows. I take a few hits, but I'm able to stop them from forcing a retreat, working my muscles hard to push forward, driving them back to the clearing. I'm in my element here, fighting the threat back like it's nothing. The 5 remaining orcs are in full force now, circling me and attacking in intervals, and one gets a good, deep cut into my arm, taking me by surprise. "Nice try!" I taunt, determined to kill him. With a loud clang, his axe and my blade cross, sending vibrations up my arm, and I struggle to hold on. The orc's got strength on his side, but I have temerity and the drive to defeat these monsters. I shove back with all my strength, pushing the orc away, and I drive my blade deep into his unprotected belly. "Enjoy my surprise?" I ask, yanking my blade back out. I'm starting to tire, but this fight won't be over until every single orc is eliminated. Another rushes me, a loud grunting my only warning before he gets in a hit with his club, dropping me to my feet. Damn it, I need to get back up! I see the orc advancing out of the corner of my eye, and I jump to my feet, blade outstretched. The orc uses his club to knock into my blade, and I nearly lose it, but I maintain the grip and follow through the momentum, swinging it back up so it cuts across his face. He screeches and rains blows down on my neck and shoulders. I barely manage to stay upright, but I use my thick, powerful tail to wrap around his feet, so he trips and lands with a loud thud onto the forest floor. "Not very light on your feet, are you?" I quip as I lift my sword and slice his head off. "You would have never made it as a dancer." There's only 3 left now, and I face off against them with a feral grin, blood streaked across my forehead and dripping down my face. "Who wants to be next?" I ask, edging forward with slow, deliberate steps. The 3 glance at each other before they all attack me at once, one coming in from the right, one from the left, and one square in front. I deflect their blows and duck under the middle one's axe, striking him in the side with my blade before he rounds on me and hits me in the shoulder. It sends me reeling back, but I manage to use my tail to whip around and strike him in the face. When he's busy screaming in pain from the strike to his eye, I finish him off with a stab to the chest. There's only 2 left now. I wipe my hand across my face, smearing more blood around as I face them. I'm a bit worse for wear, but I have enough stamina left to kill these last 2 creatures. Are you scared yet? I ask, baring my fangs. Scared of a single Naga? Shaking in your boots? One lets out a roar and charges me. I throw him off easily, sidestepping his attack so I can swing my blade into his shoulder, cutting off his arm. Blood drips from the wound, and he rounds on me, screaming bloody murder before I manage to take him out with a well-timed thrust of the blade straight into his throat. My sword is nearly slippery with blood now, and I barely manage to hold on as I face the last of the creatures. Ready to die? I ask, grinning. I like these odds. 1 orc against 1 powerful Naga warrior. The orc glances behind me for a moment, before fainting and taking off running. See here! You make it too easy! I yell, throwing my blade so it catches him in the back as he flees. He goes down with a mighty thud, and I saunter over to him, stabbing my blade in deep before yanking it out with a hiss. I'm a mess, completely covered in blood and gore. I should clean my blade. I need to clean myself up as well. I lean forward, catching my breath as I survey the damage. 6 dead orcs litter the clearing now, their blood oozing onto the forest floor. They stink, and I wrinkle my nose. Standing upright, I feel the adrenaline wearing off as I stagger forward. I stop, getting my bearings before starting up again, heading back to my men. But this time I feel the world spin around me and my brain goes fuzzy, vision blurry. I wipe my eyes, hoping it's just the blood that's making it hard to see. But I realize as I look down at my arm that I'm more injured than I realized. Damn it. I need to get back as quickly as possible. I stagger forward once more, feeling myself on the verge of passing out when I taste something utterly delicious in the air. What is that? It's exquisite, unlike anything I've ever scented before. I want to follow that scent, to find the one it belongs to and claim them here and now for my own. Whatever the scent is, it's doing a good job of keeping me conscious and awake. I need it. I start following the trail, flicking my tongue out to take in more. It's like the scent is beckoning me. It's teasing me, taunting me, pushing me forward. I move in the opposite direction of my men, unaware of what's going on around me. All I know is that I need that scent. I need to follow it and find the owner. I need it, and I need it now. I pick my way past the dead orcs, their stench no longer registering as I taste the air for more of that scent. It's driving me onward, and I stagger past branches, past trees, past bushes, deeper and deeper into the forest as I search it. The scent is calling out to me, and I must follow and find it. I feel my body move almost as if on its own. Instinct leads me towards it, but my mind suddenly catches up to me, and I look around wildly, realizing I'm far from where I was. I turn, intending to go back, but I stumble over my feet. The world grows dim around me. I can barely hold myself up. I've lost so much blood. No, I protest weakly. I can't have defeated the orcs only to die alone here, deep in the forest. I need to get back. One step, another. Just keep going, I order myself. I sway on my feet. Closing my eyes just for a second, I breathe in deeply. The scent lingers in the air. Should I follow it or go back to my men? Before I can make a decision, my body decides for me. I pitch forward, collapsing as the world grows dark.
Chapter 4. Asta. I pick up my pace when the stars start to shimmer beyond the canopy overhead. I feel my stomach growl and put my hand over it to quiet it. Stew sounds good, now that I have a few herbs to spare from my trip today to add to the broth. The recipe only takes an hour to make, and letting it sit overnight to eat the next morning as leftovers sounds wonderful. I finally hit the final few hundred yards from my cave and see it in the distance, waiting for me. What I don't expect is to trip over something sticking out of the ground. I stumble forward, catching myself on a nearby tree while my basket falls from the crook of my arm and scatters around the forest floor. I grunt in annoyance and bend to pick up the basket, my fingers nimbly combing through the dirt and the few shrubs that litter the ground to grab my herbs. Normally, I'm not this clumsy. In fact, my feet are so used to the uneven earth here that it's rare for me to trip in general. When I finally grab the last of my herbs and shake them free of dirt, I turn to look at what exactly I'd gotten my foot caught on. My eyes widen when I see the hilt of a club lying prone on the ground. I quickly spin on my heel, searching for the owner lurking in the bushes. The forest around me is ominously devoid of any kind of stomping feet or heavy breathing that is typical of the orcs. I can feel my heart starting to pound in my chest. Knowing that the orcs are so close to my home makes me incredibly worried. They are the one creature that I am terrified of running into, mostly because they're aggressive and have little patience for reasoning. With other species I may fare better, but not with orcs. I clutch my basket to my chest and hurry down the path. As long as I make it inside of my cave, I'll be fine. A figure in the distance startles me. I stop short and hold my breath, watching as they stagger on their feet. From here, it's hard to tell who, or rather what, they are. Their body drops to the ground with a heavy groan that makes my heart ache. They sound like they're in a lot of pain. I don't move from my spot, though. No other movement comes from that direction, and I wait until I hear the steady silence of the forest again. When nothing else moves towards me, I creep forward on my toes. Finding a Naga on the path back to my cave isn't something that I expect to see, yet here he is. There are cuts on his back that bleed while a weapon is clutched in his left hand. He lies face down while the back of his hood covers his face from view. I step around him carefully and squat to see if his back rises at all. It's hard to see it so late in the day, and I end up having to hover my hand over his scaled back. It rises in quiet increments, meaning he's definitely alive but also incredibly hurt. What could have attacked him way out here? And why is he out here in the first place? I shake my head of the thoughts and stand once more. He needs serious medical help, but the problem is that he's way too large for me to carry by myself. I'd never be able to drag him to my cave to properly care for him. I bite my lip and regard him for a long moment. I need to help him. I turn on my heel and quickly run down the rest of the trail. When the tree line breaks and the clearing to my cave opens up, that's when I see the other bodies lying slumped in the tall grass. Orcs. It makes me shudder. There are deeper wounds on their bodies and they smell horribly. None of them make any sort of noise as they all lie motionless in piles littering the ground. Clearly the Naga and these orcs had some kind of altercation. Over what? I'm not sure. I'm only glad that they were slain before I happened upon them first. I hurry past them and get to the door to my cave. Propping it open, I set my basket down on the table I'd carved myself and head over to the candles I keep sitting out for when I want to stay up past sunset. Sticking a few of them inside of a lantern, I light them with my flint stick and grab the handle on the top of it. I hold it up to my shelf of medicines and rummage through a few of the bottles, glancing at the labels for only a short moment before picking and choosing which ones I need. Once I have an entire armful, I quickly take them and the lantern over to my basket. I grab the herbs and toss them onto the table. I'll have to take care of them later, and quickly shove the jars inside. Next, I grab a few hand-woven clothes from the basket near my sleeping pad and toss them over the jars. My hand hooks around the arm of the basket, while my free hand grips the lantern tightly. As I leave my cave, I tow my door closed and quickly head back through the dead bodies and into the forest again. The Naga is right where I left him, not having moved an inch since I've been gone. I lift the lantern over him to take in his wounds more carefully. They aren't as deep as the ones that were inflicted on the orcs, but there are many of them covering his body, and they aren't shallow either. Plus, he's lost a lot of blood because of it, so it's a miracle he's even still breathing. I look around and spot a low, hanging branch nearby. I hook the lantern handle to it and squat down next to the Naga. His skin is cold to the touch, but his back still rises from his rapid breathing. I take a cloth out of my basket and rip it into smaller squares. Grabbing the disinfectant, I drip some of it over his deeper cuts, wincing when the Naga lets out a hiss. He doesn't move at all, though, clearly still passed out. I dab at his wounds and clean them up as best as I can. Before I flip him over onto his back, I smear ointment over the marks in his back and cover them with fresh strips of cloth. My arms fit under his body, and I push with my entire weight until I finally get him over onto his back. I breathe out and wipe a hand over my brow. He's much heavier than he looks, that's for sure. The cuts across his chest and face are much more severe than his back. I frown and run my eyes over them. For a Naga, he has a beautiful body. His skin and scales are healthy looking, despite the deep cuts that bleed. His face is also quite handsome. I shake my head of the thoughts and quickly pour some more disinfectant over his wounds. This time he doesn't move or let out a groan. It worries me a bit, so I quickly clean up the spots that I can and bandage the rest. The last part that I get to is the cut on his jaw that stretches up to his cheek. I dab at it gently. Why is he all the way out here? Fort Marzu is quite a walk from here, about half a day. Had he been stalking the orcs and had taken them down when they'd reached my cave? I can't imagine he knew anyone lived here. I have the place so hidden that sometimes I can't see it. I lean back and regard him. I hope he wakes up. I would hate to see him die out here after battling so many orcs and surviving, only for him to be taken out by the wounds he suffered while doing so. It seems like too much of a tragic end for someone so fearless. I toss the used cloth into my basket and lightly dab the ointment over the cut on his face. His eyes flutter behind his lids, causing me to pause and wait to see if he wakes up. I'm only slightly disappointed when he doesn't. Looking overhead to where the lamp is, I see that the candles are still pretty new, which means I can most likely stay out here with him all night and watch over him to make sure nothing becomes too infected. There's no telling if he will eventually succumb to his wounds, but I can at least try and not let that happen. And even if it does, I have herbs back in my cave that can make him comfortable in the meantime. I've had to do that once or twice to the Capra herd. I hate to see the elder ones suffering because their bodies have slowly given up while their minds haven't. It breaks my heart every time I see it happen. It's what led me to making a medicinal concoction that helped with pain management during the final stages of life. If it comes down to it, I'll give this Naga the same treatment. After all, it's only fair for unintentionally protecting my home. I untuck my legs from beneath me and settle into a comfortable spot on the ground. I rest with the Naga as he sleeps, and the world slowly passes us by. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 5. Vaishuu. Awake slowly, coming to with a strange sense of overwhelming pressure. I can't quite place why I feel this way, or why my body feels as if it doesn't have the strength to move. But my limbs are heavy, and I'm unable to move them much farther than a simple shrug. "Careful," a voice says from above me. "You're still healing." Healing? From what exactly? I flick my tongue out briefly to taste the air around me in order to figure out where I am exactly. All I remember is my scouting mission, the forest, and the orcs who were stupid enough to try and surprise attack me. What I don't expect is to find that delectable taste from before directly above me. I let out a groan. Something dabs at my forehead, a wet cloth from what it feels like, while that soft voice speaks to me again. I know. I'm sorry. I wish I could move you. Move me? To where? The outpost is many miles from where I last remember being in the forest. Is that what this beautiful creature means? I grunt softly when the cloth leaves my forehead and slowly open my eyes. I hear a gasp and then dirt crunching under the soles of shoes near my ear. I blink a few times in order to clear my blurry vision, taking in the gentle sway of the trees above me. It makes me frown. Oh, the voice makes me turn. A female, a human woman, actually, stands a few feet away from me. In her hand is a cloth, the same one that had been dabbing my forehead a moment earlier, that is clutched tightly. She hides herself slightly behind the wide trunk of a tree. She's striking to look at, even in my delirious mind. Her beautiful black hair lays unpinned from her head, falling down her shoulders in long waves that catch the brief rays from the sun that peek through the swaying canopy overhead. Her luscious pink skin looks smooth to the touch, making my fingers twitch at my sides as the urge to touch her rises inside of my chest. The curves of her body entrance me, while the swell of her chest peeks out from the soft linen of her dress. My body stirs as I run my eyes over her again and again. She finally steps away from the tree and walks back over to me. Are you in pain? My brows furrow at the question. Isn't it obvious? She sinks down to her knees at my side and leans over me to look my body over. When she reaches my face once more to regard me, I'm startled by the color of her eyes. They're as bright and blue as the sky above us. I can see the stars in them if I look hard enough. I lift my hand just barely off of the ground. I must grab her jaw and hold her in her place so that I can gaze into those galaxies for longer. She speaks, breaking me out of my trance. You were attacked by orcs. Her neck constricts as she swallows. I found... I saw that you were still alive, so I've been trying to keep you stable and comfortable while you heal. I blink in surprise. It's a surprisingly courteous gesture from a human. You've been out for a few days, she continues. I brought some food. Are you hungry? Starving, actually, is what I want to say to her. But my annoyance from what she said earlier has finally caught up to me. Weak. Pathetic. How can I be so careless to let myself be injured this badly by a couple of oafish orcs? Enough so that a human woman needs to look after me like I'm some newly born Capra. It makes me grit my teeth in frustration. No captain of my caliber should be lying prone on the ground while I'm attended to like a pathetic weakling. She dabs me with that forsaken cloth again, irritating me more than I care to admit. My fingers itch to rip it out of her hand and throw it into one of the bushes nearby. How dare she think she can approach me so casually? Me, a Naga warrior. All while I've been lying incapacitated after defending my territory from those terrible beasts. Aren't humans supposed to be subservient creatures? I grit my teeth harder, feeling my jaw tick from the motion. Forcing my arms up, I fold my body in half and make to sit up. Pain radiates through my body, rocking me back and forcing a sharp breath of hair out of my lungs. Wait, the human woman says and puts her hands on my chest. It causes me to suck in another breath, but this time not from pain. You can't move like that. You'll hurt yourself. She uses very little force, but it causes me to fall back onto the ground all the same. I let my lungs expand properly from this angle and suck in much-needed air. The taste clouds my senses, causing my body to feel the electric torture of her pressing. I want her gone, but at the same time, I need her wrapped around my body. The duality of my rationality makes me feel insane. Who is this woman, and how has she cast a spell on me that is affecting me this much? Where are they? I say roughly. She blinks those galaxy-ridden eyes at me. Who? Those firm and despicable creatures, I spit out. She tilts her head at me. Are you talking about the orcs? Of course I am. What else would I be talking about? She frowns at me, her cute plush lips pursed together to form a small oh. They're still where they were slain. I narrow my eyes. All of them? How many were there? 5 at least. She gets up to her feet and gathers the skirts of her dress so that they don't brush up against me. My heart lurches in my chest when I see her start to move away from me. I claw my nails into the ground, sinking them deep into the dirt to force myself not to call out to her. I don't need her. If she wishes to leave me, then fine. So be it. I will heal in due time, and then I will hunt her down and find her and show her how terrified of a Naga she should be. I breathe a few times through my nose, trying to calm my rage. Being taken care of in any capacity fuels my anger more than any group of orcs ever can. I am not a being to coddle. If she saw me on the ground, then she should have left me instead of wasting her time patching me up. A pang hits me in the chest. Why did she go out of her way to help me? I've never seen a human so far out from civilization before. Is she hiding from something too? Thoughts race through my head, filling my mind with conspiracies as to why she would be so far out in the middle of the forest. It isn't possible that she could live off the land as a nomad. Humans aren't capable of being that resourceful. It's one of the many reasons they are kept as pets and servants to the more elite species. I hear dirt crunching under the soles of shoes, alerting me to a presence nearby. I still and hold my breath to listen to the sounds of the forest. I hear a gentle sigh and flick my tongue to taste the air. She's back! I hold down my sudden excitement. There is rage still boiling underneath the surface at this situation after all. There are 5 of them, she tells me when she gets close enough. I smirk to myself. All dead. Good. There are now rodents and insects eating at them. She folds her skirts and sits down next to me again. I bite the inside of my cheek and glance up to meet her eyes once more. And they are all dead. You did that to them? I'm a warrior. Of course I did. She frowns at me in a disapproving way. My anger reignites again. You dare judge me, human? She blinks in surprise at my tone, waving her hands in front of her face. No, I don't want your excuses. I'm not giving you any. I cut her off again. Enough. Her mouth snaps shut immediately. Wariness returns to her eyes, much like when I'd first woken up. Good. She should be afraid of me. Perhaps it'll break whatever spell she's cast over me in order to soften me up to her. That must be it. She's used whatever medicine she has not to heal me, but to soften me up to her so that I will have mercy on her. She must be a runaway, a stray, hoping that I won't drag her back to her encampment by her hair and return her to her master. That's the only explanation for her being so far out here and helping someone such as myself. Why else would she? Any other person would leave me for dead and thank Atya for the blessing. Tell me, human, I growl at her. Her body shoulders shake slightly. Tell you what? What have you done to me?
Chapter 6. Asta. The warrior's eyes harden and bore into mine, and I let out a tiny gasp. His eyes are so cold, so calculating. My hand flies up to my chest, covering my heart. What have you done to me? He demands. Only tried to help, I inform him. His posture is rigid. He's on the defensive. You're in the forest. You were in a poor way, I tell him. When you were injured, I couldn't move you. That's why you're still here. Those deep green eyes refuse to leave mine, and I bite back the fear clawing its way up my throat. He's looking at me as though he wants to kill me. I should have never gotten involved. I should have never helped him. Even though his eyes are sharp and his gaze cold, I realize that deep down, I could have never left a helpless creature alone in the forest. It's not who I am. You left me in the elements? He arches a brow. I couldn't move you, I explain. You were weak after the fight with the orcs. You were badly injured. I didn't want to exacerbate your injuries. How dare you? He draws himself up, though he doesn't stand. I am not weak. I chew my lip. This man is clearly a fighter. Implying he is weak has offended him. I scoot back, just in case he goes feral. I don't know much about Naga. I know they live on the outskirts of the forest, but none have ever ventured this deep before. I'm lucky to have avoided them thus far. "Who are you?" he demands, crossing his arms. "What are you doing here? Why are you out so deep in the forest?" "I'm simply a human passing by." I gesture vaguely. I can't tell him about where I live or why I've chosen to live way out here. He can't know about my home, my refuge. "Are you in league with the orcs?" His green eyes narrow at me, and he points a clawed finger. I shake my head quickly. "No," I say. "I'm just a human passing by," I repeat. "Humans don't live in the forest," he insists. "You must have a master. Where is your master?" "I have no master," I say, my voice weak. His interrogation is getting under my skin. "You must," he snaps. "Humans are slaves, or they belong to the Naga as toys or pets. They are not free to roam around without a master." "I am not a toy nor a pet." I feel the adrenaline surge inside me. I will not be spoken to in this way, not by some giant jerk of a Naga. You should show me some respect. I saved your life, you worthless snake. How dare you speak to me in this manner? When I find out who you've escaped from, I'll be sure that your master gives you 40 lashes for your insubordination." "I should have left you to die," I say, voice going low. "I could have easily passed right by and left you to die a slow, agonizing death, only to rot alongside your enemy in the end. Perhaps it might have been easier on me if I had." "Foul, loathsome creature," he spits. "I would never have let you help me if I was aware anyway. If you had left me to die, I could have had an honourable end." Nothing I say is helping the situation, so I pinch the bridge of my nose, taking a deep breath as I try to regain my composure. We're simply sniping at each other now. "Look, do you want help, or do you want to be left to die?" I ask, curling my hands into fists by my side. "Better to die a soldier's death than to be coddled by a lesser being," he snarls. "Living at the mercy of a human," he says the word with a harsh edge, "is just about as low as is possible to sink." "Then perhaps I should leave you," I yell. "Perhaps you should," he shouts back. I turn, huffing and determined to leave, but as I move, I glance at the warrior out of the corner of my eye. His brow is dotted with sweat, and he's pale. "Before I leave," I turn back, pretending that I don't care. "I just want to check on how you're feeling." I cross my arms. "You seem to still be pretty weak for some kind of powerful Naga." He looks up at me with clear disdain, narrowing his eyes as he glowers at me, a menacing aura to his gaze. With some difficulty, he stands up to his full height, towering over me. I gasp, jumping back. The Naga warrior is tall, extremely tall. He's lean and muscular, just under 7 feet to my 5.5 feet. He uses his height to his advantage, stalking closer to me. His grey scales are pale with the blood loss he's sustained, but the hood across his head is in full predator mode, fanned out. Sharp fangs protrude from his gums, bared and looking as though they could slice clean through my flesh without a moment's hesitation. Large hands are clenched, fingers sporting razor-sharp claws that could carve me to ribbons. With his deep, emerald green eyes, he looks no different than a snake. I knew the Naga were fierce, but seeing one up close has me shaking, holding my arms across my stomach to protect myself. I knew I had pushed him too far with the comments I made. I was playing with fire and bound to get burned at some point. He hisses at me, though it is weaker than I expect. Leaving him out here in the elements is no longer an option, I realise. He latches onto my arm with his long fingers, tugging me towards him. I can smell the scent of pine and leather this close. Even injured, he reeks of power. "You will take me back to your home," he says through clenched teeth. "I will not be laid up out in the open like this. I can walk now, and I demand that you take me back to where you claim to live. I don't care for your attitude, and as soon as I'm right once again, I will take you to the Naga to make you into a slave. If you truly have no master, as you claim, you will be more used to them as a slave than a free human. I know that I can't simply refuse. The way he's glaring at me right now has my tongue tied. I no longer have a choice. He has enough strength to stand and enough strength to endanger me if he so chooses. He could break my limbs and leave me to rot. Swallowing hard, I nod once to show I understand. I turn, his hand still on my arm, and start to lead him out of this tangle of bushes and undergrowth. His hand slips down my arm to take mine, holding tightly. It's not romantic at all, but my heart still skips a beat. It's been so long since I've had contact with another being, so I'm unused to the touch. He follows along behind me, long tail dragging through the brush as we head towards my home. It's with a heavy heart that I realise my home, my sanctuary, is about to be spoiled for good. No one has ever known about this place before. No one ever bothered me there. I was safe, hidden away and protected. It was all my fault for getting tangled up in this mess with the Naga warrior. I don't know why I stopped. I shouldn't have. The warrior is clearly still in pain. I can hear it from his laboured breaths and feel it in the tight clench of his fingers around mine. It's not far. We should be there pretty quickly. Then you can rest, I say, trying to lighten the mood. It fails miserably as the warrior says nothing and tightens his grip further. It's almost too much, nearly breaking my fingers from the strength of his hold. He's obviously a powerful warrior. I shouldn't be surprised. He took out several orcs on his own before succumbing to his injuries, after all. I can hear the woodland creatures scurrying away from us as we trek through the trees. They're obviously scared of him, as they never flee like this when I'm out and about in the forest. He does exude a kind of dark aura, I observe. Part of me hesitates to bring him back to my cave. It would be easier if I lied and brought him to a different cave altogether, maybe even better. I consider it for a long moment as we walk, wondering if I could get away with it. It wouldn't be hard. I would just find another place to take him and let him rest there. Then I would go out at night while he was asleep and gather supplies. As if sensing my hesitation, the warrior speaks up. "No tricks," he says, voice gruff and harsh. I swallow the thoughts forming in my head and nod. "No, I won't trick you," I agree, pretending I hadn't been considering doing just that a moment ago. The warrior is smart. He has to be to have taken on all those orcs. He's clever and resourceful, and seems to be one step ahead of me. I will need to remain guarded around him. I can't risk incurring his wrath again, especially once we're on my territory. I will have to be just as clever and cunning as he is to escape with my life once he's well again. After his threat to throw me into slavery, I must be on guard at all times.
Chapter 7. Vaishuu. As I follow this puny human through the brush, I find myself wondering once more how I got into this situation. I am a strong warrior, fully capable of taking care of myself in any situation. How could I let myself get so injured as to be rendered helpless? It is beneath my dignity as a Naga to be at the mercy of some little human girl. I am determined to follow her and find out exactly what is going on. It doesn't matter if I have to use up the last of my strength. I will interrogate her and find answers. Who is she? And what in the name of the cosmos is she doing out here alone? The only humans I've ever seen were the pets or toys of a Naga, or were enslaved and sold in the markets in the West. If she's a spy or an informant, I'll have her head. We walk deeper into the forest, and I realize after a few minutes that we're close to the foothills of Mount Faltara, the smallest of the peaks. I recognize the topography from my maps. "Where are you taking me?" I demand. "We're close by," she says, voice soft. I glance around, the verdant green giving nothing away. She pulls me towards a small rock formation, nearly obscured by a dense collection of trees around it. The formation is tall, with a steep, trail-like incline up the side that leads to a cave opening that no one would notice upon first glance. We head up the incline that leads us to the mouth of the cave, and I gawk, realizing this is her home. A home? Here? In the middle of the woods? This is where she lives? I'm on my guard once again. Could this be a trick? I can't take any chances. Who are you? I ask her once again. She sighs and pulls me into the cave. My name is Aster. I ran away at a young age to live out here in the woods, away from the orcs, elves, and Naga that wanted to enslave me. This is my home. I glance around the walls, taking everything in. There's rough-hewn shelves that store bottles of strange and mysterious liquids and different kinds of plants and herbs. More plants hang from the ceilings and walls, drying out. I wonder what this is all about. What does she do with all these plants? Inhaling the aroma of the dried herbs, I feel myself relax a little, the scent a strange kind of comfort. I can also taste her on my tongue again. The scent I tried to follow. That was definitely Aster. I realize that now. It's getting under my skin, making my head swim. I don't know if I want to destroy her or take her right here and now. She lets go of me, ushering me to sit at a rickety table on a wooden stool while she moves around the space of the cave. It's dry in here, admittedly cozy. The perfect hiding spot for a human who doesn't want to be seen. The few humans I've encountered before haven't been of much interest to me. They're like a potted plant in a manor home, just part of the scenery. Why then is this human so different? It's more than just her scent, I think to myself, as I watch her bring a bunch of dried plants down and begin to chop them up with a hunting knife. There's something about her. How long have you been here? I ask, shifting to get more comfortable. I wince as the movements pull on the wound in my side. A while, she answers without looking up. There's a multicolored tapestry hanging on the back wall where she stands, chopping the plant up, and it brightens up the space. She's obviously been here a long, long time. I glance around, observing that the cave appears quite homey, far more than the barracks at the outpost. I feel an inexplicable pang. The main space I'm sitting in is large with a high ceiling, but there are a couple of rooms that branch off, using the natural formation of the rock walls. The area that the human is in seems to be a kind of kitchen area, and there's another that branches off this main one that's half hidden by another hanging tapestry. I spot a bed just beyond the tapestry. The walls of the cave are lined with more woven linens, bringing warmth to the dark interior. Candles flicker off the walls, burning bright enough to see the entire space clearly. A loom sits against the far wall, opposite the tiny kitchen area. I spot another half-finished tapestry and realize that all the hangings were made by the girl. Your home is interesting, I say, sounding more dry than I mean to. It's fascinating how the little human made this place, this tiny cave in the middle of the woods, into a true home. Thanks, she says as she brings me a mug of something warm and steaming. Drink this. It will help your injuries. I eye the mug with suspicion and bring it up to my nose, taking a deep inhale. It doesn't smell of poison, but I can't be too certain, so I thrust it towards her. You drink first, I order. The woman, Aster as she calls herself, sighs and takes the mug from my hands, bringing it up to her lips to take a sip. When nothing happens, after several long seconds, I relax. Now drink it, she orders. It's going to help you. I grab it from her without speaking and take a long pull. It's so hot it burns the roof of my mouth, and I sputter in indignation. You're trying to kill me. Surely you know how to drink tea. She raises an eyebrow. Of course I know how to drink it, just usually it's cold by the time I get around to it. I'm a busy man. I ignore her question and push the mug away to wait for it to cool. I can't let her think me an imbecile, but I'm not about to take another sip. She shakes her head, standing up to bring me a cup of water. It's cold and feels good on my heat-burned tongue. There's a natural spring just around the corner. It flows down from the mountains, I think, she says. Stay here. I'm going to make you something hot to eat. I'm not going anywhere, at least not yet. I feel a bit better, but it's a more prudent move, tactically speaking, to ensure she's not a potential security risk by sticking close to her. It has nothing to do with my fascination for this woman, this human who managed to evade every other person for miles around for so many years. She's self-sufficient and strong-willed, unlike most other humans I've met. Not to mention that she's easy on the eyes as well. I watch her, taking in every inch of her body as she busies herself moving about the cave to prepare the promised food. I don't know what it is about her that draws me in exactly. Maybe it's the long black hair that flows down her back in soft curls. Most of the Naga warriors I work with have close-cropped or short haircuts, but hers is so long it nearly reaches her waist. She's also much healthier looking than most humans I've ever seen before. She's thick and curvy with large hips, hefty chest, a rounded stomach, and a plump behind. She's tiny, but she's got meat on her. It could be her light blue eyes so pale they almost look clear. They're the first thing I noticed about her. She seems ethereal, like one of the gods, with eyes like that. I've never considered myself a very curious person. I tend to go nose to the grindstone at my job. I live and breathe my work. I'm methodical and just clever enough to rise in the ranks. That's all that matters. But being around Aster has me curious. I want to know more about her. I want to see more of her body, to explore what makes her tick. I'm drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Her scent does things to my head that no other human or Naga has ever done. It's not just the scent either. The way she stood up to me, the way she didn't just cower in fear, makes my blood boil. I want to put her in her place, but part of me wants that place to be under me. It doesn't matter exactly what it is that draws me to her. All that matters is that I stick close to her, for now. The smell of warm grains and fresh bread fill my nostrils, and I look up, realizing that Aster is bringing me the hot food she promised. I don't realize how hungry I am until my stomach growls. I haven't eaten in at least a day at this point, and I'm suddenly ravenous, my appetite roaring to life. She sets a wooden bowl in front of me of grains, wild mushrooms, and acorns, and several thick slices of brown bread, hot and fresh. "Go ahead, eat up," she says. "You first." "Oh, for mercy's sake, I'm not trying to poison you." She throws up her hands. "If I wanted you dead, I could have killed you while you were lying there, weak and defenseless." Her words rankle me, and I stand up straight, towering over her. "I'm not weak." "I know." She rolls her eyes. "Sit, eat. You're not weak, but you're still recovering from your injuries. So please, sit down and eat. The sooner you heal, the sooner I won't be a problem for you anymore." She's got a point, so I reluctantly back down, anger still coursing through my veins, but the smell of the food is too tempting to turn my nose up at. "You should know who I am," I say instead, taking a bite of the delicious warm grain bowl. "My name is Vaishuu Sa'ar. I am the captain of the Naga outpost here in this area. I hope this is sufficient warning for her to show me the proper respect I deserve." "Well, Captain," she says, tearing off a piece of bread and popping it in her mouth, "you should finish your food before it gets cold." This woman is infuriating. I ignore her and go back to eating.
Chapter 8. Aster. He's been here for 2 nights already with no sign of leaving. I never intended to let him stay this long. I shouldn't be so accommodating, especially with his threats to enslave me the second he is well enough to do so. There's something so irritating and frustrating about him. Maybe it's how he takes up so much space, like he owns the place. I don't like it. My hackles are constantly raised. I'm less fearful of him by now, but I'm still on edge every time I have to be around him. He says little but watches everything I do. When I move around to make food, his eyes track my movements. When I prepare tea or wash up the dishes, his eyes never leave me. I feel unsettled with him around. His tongue is also constantly flickering, as if he's tasting the air. I don't know what that's about, and at this point, I'm too nervous to ask. Every time his tongue darts out, I can't help watching him with a perverse sort of fascination. It's so long and forked. I thought about asking him to stop, but I knew that would likely spark another argument. It seems that when he's not tracking me, he's arguing with me. I set him up with comfortable bedding in my living area. There's plenty of soft blankets and furs to make a warm, soft nest for him to convalesce in, but he constantly complains about sleeping on the floor, or he goes off about how distasteful it is to be served by a human. I want to yell at him that if he's this unhappy, he can leave, but I try to swallow my pride. It doesn't work. I end up snapping at him anyway. His presence is driving me bonkers. I wish I could shove him out into the forest and let the animals have him. It's only because of my soft heart that I resist. I know deep down I could never let another living creature come to harm. I value all life deeply. Even his orc victims weigh on my mind. I may not like the orcs for their brutish ways, but seeing their dead bodies lying in the forest, decomposing with no proper burial, deeply unsettles me. I slip away into the night to bury the bodies when Captain Vaishuu is asleep. It's the least I can do for them. They might have been the enemy of my enemy, but didn't deserve an eternity of restlessness. Vaishuu sees me when I return, covered in dirt and grime. "Where were you?" he demands. "Out," I say, beginning to wash up at the basin. I don't have to look at him to sense his displeasure. "Why were you out?" he asks slowly, teeth clenched. "I needed to take care of some business in the forest." I don't know why I bothered answering. He'll just start an argument with me about it. "Who were you seeing? Were you talking to someone? Are you an informant?" He's back with his crazy theories again. He thinks I'm a spy or an informant for the orcs. I reach for my bar of lye soap and scrub under my nails. "I wasn't seeing anything. I was burying the dead orcs' bodies," I say, rinsing off the soap. I finally turn to face him, feeling cleaner after washing up. "Why?" His emerald eyes narrow at me, looking me up and down in a way that leaves me off kilter. "Because," I throw my hands up, "because it's wrong to leave bodies to decay. Because every life has value, even if they're your enemy. You should have respect for your enemies, especially those you defeat." "What an absurd thought," he says, mouth twisting. "You expect me to respect the orcs? They're the ones who have been raiding our outposts and destroying our men." "Those orcs were dead. They couldn't do anything to you, not anymore. Their spirits would wander Protheka for eternity without a proper burial." "Where would you get an idea like that?" His eyebrows raise. "It's just something that was ingrained into me. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable with this conversation. I want to leave again." "You're quite an odd one, aren't you?" It's not a question I know how to answer, so I don't, simply moving to start making breakfast. I gathered some quail eggs on the way back, and I take them out of my pockets now. "You don't make any sense," he says and moves, standing at the mouth of the cave to look out. Something about seeing him, standing there in the entrance to my home, huge and taking up all the space, has me panicking. I drop an egg. My home has always been my sanctuary, my haven. I've always felt safe here, protected. I feel trapped now, like I can never escape him. I don't feel safe any longer. My hands are shaking, but I manage to curl them into fists as I count my breathing. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. I repeat it a couple times until the shaking subsides. As my eyes take in his form, standing there, I notice something. His shoulder wound isn't healing still, despite the treatment I gave it just last night. Most of the rest of his injuries are on their way to healing, his bruises turning a mottled black and yellow, and his superficial wounds scabbing over. This one, though, I can see the blood seeping through the bandages, and I frown. "Your shoulder," I point out. "It's bleeding. If you're willing, I can take a look at it." He turns, face in profile. The sun filters through the trees, bathing him in warm light. I can see the fury that rolls off him, practically a glowing red aura around him. It drives a deep sense of fear into me, and I nearly start shaking again. What if he attacks me? Every time I point out his injuries, he seems to get so angry, I hope that if I can help him get better, he'll finally go and leave me for good. His posture goes rigid for a long moment, but he relaxes, relenting enough to come back into the cave and sit at the stool. The way he silently seethes sets my teeth on edge and my stomach rolls. I reach up to unwrap the bandage, and his hand shoots out, grabbing tightly onto my wrist, green eyes boring into mine. A flurry of sensations and feelings course through me at once. I can't name them all, but I recognize anger, unease, and maybe just a frisson of desire. I don't know what that last one is about. More than anything else, though, this hulking beast of a man terrifies me. He holds back so much unsettling rage. His eyes hold mine for what seems like ages, but eventually he releases his hold on my wrist. His eyes never leave mine. I reluctantly tear my gaze away, working on undoing the dressing I had applied to him. The wound is still red and angry, still oozing blood. I need to apply more ointment to it. That will help it heal faster. Stay here, I order, hiding my fear. I need to grab some more poultice to apply it to your wound. I walk over to the shelves along the far wall of my kitchen that I put up to store my herbs and ointments, selecting the one I need. I don't realise he's moved until I realise he's directly behind me, towering over me with his huge body, caging me in place with his large arms, practically pinning me to the wall. I freeze. I'm in no position to get away. I can't escape him, even if I wanted to. What's more, I feel something curling around my ankle, and I nearly shriek before I realise it's his tail. It slowly winds its way up my leg, curling around and around under my dress. He leans over, tongue flickering at my ear, his voice cold and harsh. "You like telling me what to do, don't you?" he sneers. Maybe it's my turn to make the requests. The tip of his tail slides up and up, finally slithering over my centre. I'd like to know what this tiny human core feels like. My eyes grow wide. I'm pinned to the wall, my body screaming at me in 1,000 ways. I feel myself growing damp as his tail slides over me. Something primal inside me begs me to submit to him, to give in. There's something about him, about how large and powerful he is, that has that frisson of desire turning into a lightning strike. I realise with a kind of helpless horror that I want him. I want him to touch me. I want to know what his hands will feel like over my skin, what his tongue will feel like as it licks over my now throbbing centre, even though every other part of me is shouting, "No!" I can't help the shiver that runs down my spine. Am I really about to succumb to him? He presses up against me, something big and hard on my back. I'm so wet now. All this arguing, this fighting. Was it just tension in disguise? With one last slow stroke over me, he pulls away suddenly. I can hardly reconcile what just happened before he disappears altogether, and I'm left clinging to the wall. What was that? And why did he leave? And most importantly, why was I so turned on by it? Why did I not want him to stop? I thought I was afraid of him. Perhaps I wasn't as afraid as I thought. This unsettles me, and I reluctantly peel myself off the wall, grimacing at the dampness between my thighs. I don't know what to do now, so I decide to sit at my loom and work on my weaving as I gather my thoughts. Perhaps he's gone for good. Perhaps it's for the best.
Chapter 9. Vaishuu. I storm out of the cave and into the woods, anger seeping through every pore. What is it about this damnable human girl that has me acting the fool? What in the name of the cosmos was I thinking, doing that to her? It's not that I almost took a human woman. I am a Naga warrior, and I can do what I want and take who I want. It's the fact that I didn't want to just take Aster. I couldn't do it. Something inside of me stopped me. Something in me just couldn't bring myself to hurt her. She was scared. The fear radiated off of her. I could smell it, taste it in the air. Her fear was palpable. Was it my injuries making me this weak? What is wrong with me? I have never behaved this way. Morality is pointless when it comes to being a soldier, a warrior. You have to make snap decisions that might appear cruel or cynical to an outsider. Even so, honor is the highest priority for a Naga warrior. I wouldn't hurt an innocent. I should just leave. It's not like I have to stay, after all. I ought to head back to the outpost. I don't need to stay here and get more and more tangled up with a human creature. Her face swims back into my mind. The expression when my tail stroked over her wet sex, sending shivers down my spine. I need to get her off my mind, so I take off deeper into the forest, climbing up onto the edge of a rocky outcropping that overlooks a nearby river. I stare, unblinking as the sun climbs into the sky and the morning mist dissipates. It would be so easy to walk away now. I'm much better. I'm well on my way to healing. The worst of my injuries nearly gone. I would never have to look back on this place or think of that human woman ever again. The thought sends a stabbing pain through me and I nearly double over, wheezing. I detest humans, especially her, and yet the thought of leaving her is like a knife to my gut. What has me feeling this way? Is it possible I feel a kind of possessiveness towards her? I am the one who found her, after all. According to her, no other person has seen hide nor hair from her in a very long time. If anyone else was to come along, they might force themselves on her without a thought. I grimace. At least I have enough honor and discipline to remove myself before that. Even if I don't care about humans, I have enough dignity to only give myself when I'm wanted. I grow agitated at myself. I am weary of thinking about her. I climb down from the ledge, heading towards the river. What I really need right now is a long bath. I've been cramped up in the cave for days, and I haven't really cleaned myself outside of having Aster wipe off the worst of the blood and dirt. A bath will clear my head and relax me. I strip down and settle into the cool river, cupping water in my hands to trickle over my scales and wash away days of dirt, grime, sweat, and blood. I dunk down into the stream, running a hand over my scalp to rub the oils away. Some part of me doesn't want to leave her because of how fascinating she is, I realize as I wash up. She's a tiny, puny, pathetic human, and yet she has stood up to me, a captain of the Naga guard, leader of my outpost. Her icy blue eyes stare into mine like they hold the secrets of the cosmos. I want to keep her around just so I can look into those eyes whenever I want. Clearly, I also desire her body. That I am unashamed to admit. I am a creature of instinct, after all. The Naga trust our senses to guide us, and mine are telling me that this human woman is attractive and desirable. Her scent calls out to me, feeding into that desire. Whatever it is about her that has me acting so wooden-headed is enough to keep me from leaving her just yet. With one last rinse, I finally feel clean again. I climb out of the river and onto the banks, bathing myself in the warm sunlight, letting it dry my scales and heat my cool skin. My mind flicks back to Aster once more, without my permission. She is, without a doubt, the most stubborn woman I've ever met, human or Naga. I don't want to admit any kind of appreciation for that, as I loathe those who refuse to submit. However, I am certainly not without admiration for those who possess the same spirit of tenacity as myself. The human girl and I are more alike than I expected. I see the hard work and care that she has put into every item in her home, from the rough-hewn wooden furniture to the lovingly woven tapestries and blankets. Aster is clearly full of a thirst for life and a deep appreciation for what it might have to offer. That last part is what makes us differ the most. I live to serve in the military, to rise in the ranks and to do my job well. It had never occurred to me to enjoy or appreciate my life beyond that. What brings me most joy is order, structure, and planning. For Aster, on the other hand, I see how her eyes light up when a small animal hops by the cave entrance and peeks inside. I see how her fingers smooth over her weaving as she constructs it row by row. I observe the puckered line between her brows when she cooks, and how her eyes roll shut in delight when the food is seasoned just right. I don't know why I keep watching her. I told her it was because I was suspicious of her, but she had proven that she isn't a threat. She could have taken me out at any time, and had ample opportunity to do so, but she hadn't asked so much as my name in all this time. Whatever it is that she's doing out here, she isn't a spy. So why then am I unable to stop watching her? I couldn't possibly have feelings for her, could I? Surely not. I don't have feelings, not for anything or anyone. I only have contempt for my enemies and respect for my fellow soldiers. This line of thought is deeply troubling, so I stand up, shaking off the last droplets of water from my sun-warmed scales, and pull my clothing back on. I stalk through the trees, trying to find something to distract myself from my own head. I've never taken a day off of service before. I've never needed to. I don't go to Marzala except on missions or supply runs. I don't explore the merchant stalls or go to the baths like some of our men. I just don't care for anything outside of my job. Being at loose ends out here is strange to me. I'm used to work. I get up every morning and make my bed in the barracks. We run inspection, then exercise for an hour before running practice drills. I have a basic lunch in the mess, then take a patrol before I go back to my rooms, polish my armor, shine my boots, and go back to rest. It's the same thing I've done every day for most of my 30 years of life. Aster's life is completely different from mine. She rises when she wants. She spends her days doing whatever she likes and sleeps when she wants. She has no rules to follow, no schedule, no orders. I should feel so unsettled amidst such chaos. And yet, this is the most calm I've felt in a long, long time. Watching Aster has perhaps given me a new perspective on my own life. I've spent so long rigidly adhering to rules and structure that I am suspicious of outsiders. I spend all my time chasing enemies that I hadn't realized until now that I am tired. I didn't know I needed this rest. I didn't realize that there was something missing from my life until now. I'm certain that it isn't that pitiful human girl, but there is something inside me that aches for something more. I wander the forest, stopping here and there to really look at my surroundings. I've never taken the time to do so before, and I find it all so fascinating. The trees are tangled with vines that rope along the top layer, providing large swaths of cover to the forest floor, which is rich with both living and decaying plant life. The scent is strong, earthy, and damp, and I scoop up some decaying leaves and let them fall between my fingers, inhaling their scent as they fall. Birds chirp melodious songs, some beautiful, some strange, and some downright haunting. I stand very still as I watch a tiny rodent scurry across fallen leaves, transfixed at the sight. A fox screeches in the distance, and I jump, the sound reminding me of a distressed woman. I'm so engrossed in discovering all that I'd once taken for granted around me that I don't even notice time passing until I realize that the sun is fading from the sky. I debate whether or not I'm going to go back there, but in the end, I realize I want to stay with her for now. I head back in the direction I came, surprised at how difficult the cave is to find in the twilight. Aster is truly hidden away out here. No wonder no one has stumbled across her before. I finally spot a large tree I recognize and head towards it, seeing the shape of the rock formation take form once I'm in view. As I climb up the ledge, Aster's face appears before me, as though she were waiting for me, though she seems thoroughly shocked to see me. Her face tugs at something within that I never knew existed. I don't want her to see my expression, so I turn my back to her. I stare out into the distance, watching the leaves sway in the breeze. "You must be tired," I say, voice quiet. "Go, get some sleep."
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 10. Asta. For several days, Vaishuu and I barely speak. The tension between us after his unexpected display of aggression is palpable. It's almost stifling, the awkward uncertainty. I can't figure out for sure what he is feeling. It seems that he might regret his earlier actions. But if he does, he doesn't bother to offer an apology. This doesn't surprise me very much. Somehow I doubt he's the type who has a lot of experience with apologies. He doesn't repeat his attempts to dominate me, however. He doesn't so much as lay a hand on me. Most of the time he doesn't even stand close enough to me for it to be possible. At first I'm understandably nervous and wary of him. After the way that he treated me, can I trust him? But the issue never comes up again. He gives me such a wide berth to avoid him that it doesn't take long for me to stop worrying about it. After a few days, when it seems clear that he doesn't intend to pursue me again, I find myself wondering how I feel about that. I don't want him to force himself on me, and I didn't like the fear I felt at that moment. He crossed a line, and I have no desire to go back there ever again. But since nothing bad came from it, I can admit that it was kind of thrilling. There was an energy about it that charged me and made my heart race. The feeling of my blood pounding through my veins, filling me with adrenaline and heat, was something that I can't easily forget. The way that his tail made me feel was unlike anything I had ever experienced, and my skin still tingles sometimes when I remember it. I try to push the thoughts aside, feeling conflicted about it. It settles on me uneasily that I would even consider thinking of that behaviour as good in any way. Guiltily I push those thoughts aside, refusing to let them see the light of day. What he did was wrong, and I shouldn't be thinking of him like this. My pulse should not pick up when I remember that awful moment. I should be disgusted. I decide that if I did like it at all, it's all in my head. Because he seems to be committing to not making the same mistake twice. It's my brain's way of trying to forgive him for it. If I can find the positive in it, I can let it go. And I'm not certain that I shouldn't be trying to let it go. He does spend his time hunting in the forest and foraging for food for us. It feels as though he's trying to make it up to me. He's demonstrating that he can be useful and not simply a parasite that takes everything it can from me. Stop turning him into a good person. My brain objects when I admiringly watch him leave on yet another morning, off to hunt again. He invited himself into your home, refuses to leave, and tries to intimidate you. He does not deserve praise. But I can't completely convince myself to hate him either. Not everything he does is bad, and it looks as if he's going out of his way to prove it. I'm torn between all my opposing opinions of him. At times I think that I must be crazy when I appreciate him, and I'm being too generous to such a low, uncaring person. At other times I think I'm being too hard on him, determined to see only the negative. His presence is still very powerful. It's hard to ignore him, even when he tries to shrink himself down a bit and stay out of my way. I'm beginning to think that it's just his nature, that he can't hide his strong personality. He gives off big energy, and everything around him has a way of getting caught in the pull of it. Over the days of near silence, I have had a lot of time to reflect. I never reach a satisfactory conclusion on how I feel about this strange man. Part of that, I decide, is because I don't understand his motives. He's not here to be my friend, because he's barely acknowledging me at all. It's not as though he can't leave, or he belongs here, or he has anything to gain here. At least when I thought he was here to take advantage of my body, it was an explanation. I don't know why he's staying, and until I do, I'm not sure that it's safe to trust him. On the third day of our uneasy stalemate, he comes back to the cave with a few small birds that he has killed. He also carries a basket with some wild fruits that grow near the water's edge. We kneel outside so that we can dress the birds without making a mess in my home. He takes a knife to each one, doing the most gruesome part. After a few minutes to let the carcass rest, I start to pluck the feathers. The entire time we work in an uncomfortable silence. Luckily, we both know what we need to do. There's no need for conversation. Still, it feels as though we both wear a very painful muzzle. Speaking to him is hard and scary, but the quiet is even more imposing. When the birds are done, I help him carry them into the cave. He takes the bird out of my hands, and I watch as he prepares them to roast. His back is to me, pretending that I'm not there. I stare into the fire, just around his form, pretending like I'm not looking at him. It's becoming very tiring, this routine. It keeps my nerves on edge, never quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing around him. I can't relax or let my guard down, but I also don't have a reason to fight with him either. It feels as though it drains more energy, being so uncertain, than if I could just commit to one reaction or another. Doesn't this bother him the way that it does me? If I had anywhere else to go, I would. Literally anything would be better than spending every day in this bizarrely uncomfortable impasse. He could return to his soldiers and his outpost at any time. Wouldn't he rather be there? And doesn't he have a job to return to? He doesn't belong here, and he doesn't need to stay. So why does he? Finally, I just come out and ask him. The question has been nagging at me for a while, and I want to get it out in the open. He levels his deep green eyes at me. I've stayed to ascertain who you are and what you are doing here. His voice is cool and unflinching, but the response baffles me. Who I am. I am nobody. What difference could this make to him? He's so blunt and direct, as though he can't imagine any argument to his answer. To me, however, this raises even more questions. Why would you need to know? I demand, flabbergasted. I am a Naga captain and must do anything necessary to hold my outpost. That includes identifying any potential threats and disturbances. Once again, his voice is so calm and logical, but the words seem to be nonsense. I look at him incredulously, and the urge to laugh is hard to hold back. You think I am a threat? I query. The disbelief and amusement in my voice is not as well masked as I had hoped, but a lone human woman on Protheka, being told that a fierce Naga captain is afraid of you. It's so utterly ridiculous that I wonder if he is a bit disturbed after his injuries. Perhaps his head has become sick. There's no sign of fever. I thought he was recovered, but his reasoning shows significant damage. His face darkens, clearly not amused by my mocking tone. If you are not a threat to us, explain to me why you are here. Living alone in a cave. It's quite unusual, since humans are slaves, prisoners, and pets. Yet you claim to be none of those, and do not reveal your owner. My mouth drops open, suddenly putting together what he is implying. He still believes that I belong to an enemy force. I have been left here to gather information, without implicating them. Since humans are regarded as useless and weak, most Naga would think of me as harmless. I try to understand his point this time, and I do have to concede it. It's very underhanded, and I'm not at all convinced that it would work, but at least I see the merit behind his accusations. I have no tie to anyone, however. There's no loyalty that would give him cause for concern. I'm all alone in this world. I know that it's unusual, but it's the truth. Somberly, I try to explain that to him with a heavy heart. I know it's hard to believe, finding a human woman who lives alone in the forest. Humans are supposed to be pets and slaves, like you say. But I am not. I cannot explain to you why, because I do not know myself. He narrows his eyes, as if trying to decide if he could believe me. I don't know how I ended up here. That's all I know. I don't have a memory of anything before this. I belong to no one because no one has ever claimed me. It is all the truth, but I leave out one part. It's the sensation that I have always had that something else is coming. I don't know how I got here or why, but there's something on the horizon. For now, this is where I am supposed to be while I wait for it to arrive.
Chapter 11, Vaishuu. I spend all day patrolling the area. I can't help it. It's in my blood and training. I don't know that there's any threat I really need to keep my eye on, but I can't stop myself from wanting to be sure. The only way to know what's happening around the cave is to be out there, with my nose to the ground. Aster thinks that I'm hunting, and that's not entirely false. I do bring home what I find while out on my reconnaissance missions. But I'm not leaving every day because I'm worried about our food supplies. My concern is staying aware and observant always. I go out every day to get a sense of everything that moves through here and when. I look for any signs of disturbance. I check and recheck to see if anything has changed. I never see anything that indicates a problem, but it doesn't stop my patrols. A stronger urge has come across me lately. I'm not just monitoring the area because I'm a good soldier, making a list of what could bring harm to the outpost. I'm concerned about anything that might harm her. I can't explain this feeling. I've never worried for another person like this, never felt this drive to protect them. My commitment is always to the mission. I look out for my team, but it's more a means to an end. I must keep them safe so that we can complete our job. I'm serving the needs of the military, not taking care of my friends. But for some reason with Aster, I feel a strong compulsion that I must keep her safe. There's something about her that I don't understand yet. An intuitive sense tells me that she has irreplaceable value, and I need to guard it with my life. I can't explain what spirit is instilling this knowledge in me, but I trust it. I've never been particularly religious, but I do have some degree of faith. This is the closest I've ever come to feeling it working within me. I don't fully comprehend it, but I won't argue with it. Perhaps it's not a coincidence that I found her through such unimaginable circumstances. I spend all day out, finally returning with a rather small collection of berries and herbs. It's a meager offering, not much for an entire day's work. But I know we're not in any danger of running out of food. Aster knows better than I do where to locate it if we really are in need. The sun has gone down a while ago, and it's dark by the time I make my way back to the cave. I barely notice Aster in a small clearing just outside. She's sitting in the grass, her legs spread out before her, and leaning back on her hands. Her face is turned up to the night sky, admiring the stars. It's only the glow of the moon against her white skin that catches my eye and tells me that she is there. I make my way over, standing beside her. She doesn't tear her eyes away from the sky, completely engrossed. It's as if she doesn't see me at all. I open my mouth to greet her, then close it again wordlessly. There's something captivating about the way the moonlight dances across her skin. It illuminates it with a radiance that I have never seen on another being. The stars seem to reflect in her clear blue eyes, sparkling as if they live within her somehow. It makes me feel humbled, as though I am in the presence of something spiritual. The Naga worship their gods and goddesses through the night sky and the stars, and watching Aster stirs something inside of me that I never knew was there. My spiritual side has never been particularly strong. I believe, but I'd be hard-pressed to express what I believe in, or why. I'm a hard-nosed military leader, more interested in the here and now, the facts, the science. My faith isn't absent, but it's certainly been smothered over the years. I suppose some might say that it's a muscle that needs exercise, and I've let it atrophy. But for the first time looking at Aster, it feels as though all those questions are suddenly answered. I still don't know if I could put it into words, but I know what I believe. I believe in this. I believe in the stars in her eyes and the power that seems to lurk beneath. Do all of us have this ability to commune with the stars and our gods this way? Is this what I've been missing? If I looked up at the night sky with her now, would it tell me whatever it is telling her? It seems to be whispering a love song to her, one that I desperately want to listen in on. I grew up my entire life with elders, encouraging us to stop and look at the stars. to grow our faith on clear nights like this one. If I understood that this is what they meant, I think I would have listened sooner. I sit down beside her silently. For a long time, we just gaze at the stars, and I can feel it flow through me. The hum, the energy, the quiet, the power, it all vibrates through my body. The gods are up there, and for the first time, I can sense them. It's not an abstract fairy tale story told by the elders of a thing that happened millions of years ago. It's still happening, and I'm part of it. It's awe-inspiring and inexplicable. In the name of Minir, I breathe, the beginning of an old prayer I was taught as a child. It occurs to me that I've lost the rest over the years. Aster finally turns to me with a small smile on her face. What does that mean? She asks quietly, curiously. I wonder what Aster thinks when she looks at the stars. She's a human, so she must not have had the same teachings that the Naga do. Minir is the god of spirit and mind, I explain. Naga believed that the sky was once a reflective surface. A surge of power that gave birth to the gods also shattered the sky, leaving behind all the stars. They were spread out from the impact like shards of glass when the sheet of sky broke. That's a beautiful way to think of it, she agrees, nodding her head. I like that. The Naga think that the night sky is the best time to worship the gods. A clear night like this one, when you can see all the stars, is the time to remember and strengthen your faith. To talk to the gods. Her face is calm, but she is listening to my explanation intently. She looks thoughtful and doesn't say anything for a long time. It seems as if Minir is speaking to you tonight, she finally replies. A small part of me wants to scoff at that. Minir wouldn't waste his time speaking to someone like me. My faith is too small, too weak, too insignificant. I am far from a holy man. But I don't voice my objection. Instead, I raise my eyes back to the night sky. There's a part of me that likes the idea too much. Any other night, I wouldn't have even considered the notion. I've never felt this connection, this intense spiritual awakening before. Not just to Minir, but to all the gods and goddesses, to Protheka itself, to the cosmos above me, to the ground below me, to the woman beside me. We are all intertwined in a way so inconceivable that most people rarely think about it. It's too baffling for the ordinary mind to consider on a regular basis. Tonight, though, I can feel it. I feel the silvery webs that tie us all together. Maybe Minir really is speaking to me. Is that any more preposterous than any of the things I am feeling right now? I lower my eyes, turning to look at Aster beside me. The stars still seem to glow in her eyes. It's fascinating and puzzling. There's a force within her that mystifies me. I haven't figured out yet what it is, but I'm now convinced of its presence. The stars definitely speak to her, and I can't help but wonder if that's why she mentioned it. If she thinks that Minir is speaking to me, I'm inclined to believe her, because she seems to have an even stronger connection than I do. I can sense the energy radiating from her, as though it's being charged by the cosmos themselves. Who is this mysterious woman? There's something so special about her. I want to know more. I now understand that I first perceived her as a threat, because I was unable to comprehend this unique ability of hers. I sensed from the beginning that she was unordinary. My gut instinct was correct, but terribly understated. She's so much more exceptional than my lacking imagination could ever comprehend. I no longer think that she's a threat, but rather a treasure. Whatever it is that she has inside of her will prove to be very valuable. She's been blessed by the very gods, who seem to have marked her just for them. A holier man might understand what that means, but all I see is the potential. It's too bad that I will likely never know what becomes of her. I'll have to return soon for the outpost. I have a job to do, one that I was marked for at the beginning of my life. I cannot just abandon my mission no matter how captivating Aster is. It's becoming clear to me that she has a mission of her own, that she was marked for as well. I'm only disappointed that I won't be here when it comes to fruition. She must be an amazing human woman, if the stars make the time to speak to her as well.
Chapter 12. Asta. When I finally wake up, it comes slowly. The enchanting sensation of my dream lingers over me, keeping me under its spell. It takes a long time for the pleasant haze to drift away, returning my brain to reality. I had been dreaming that I was part of the cosmos themselves. I swam in a sea of stars, able to hold them in my very hand. I collected them like seashells, rearranging and playing with them, however I saw fit. Laying in my bed, the feeling begins to fade. I don't want it to leave, but it's too late to chase it. I'm beginning to reorient myself, knowing that I'm no longer up in the stars where I want to be. I blink my eyes open, rubbing my face. I crawl out of my bed, getting to my feet, and start to look around for Vaishuu. He seems to be gone, but that doesn't surprise me much. He comes and goes as he pleases and spends much of his time out in the forest. This morning, it turns out that he isn't out exploring. I find him just outside the mouth of the cave, sharpening his blade. The sun is bright and hot, much higher in the sky than I expected. Startled, I can't help but squint as my eyes adjust. "How long was I asleep?" I ask. "Hours," he replies with a shrug. "I didn't want to wake you." Something in his behaviour seems a bit different today. He's been trying to control himself lately, which I have noticed. But under his surface, even on his best days, there's still a sense of hostility bubbling, as though he's restraining his need for confrontation, but it hasn't left. Today he's still distant and detached, but that creeping, pervasive antagonism cannot be felt. It's the first time I've ever thought that he seems completely at peace. He's calm and quiet, and his face shows that he is untroubled. There is no sign of belligerence, just tranquility. "There's food over there," he says, pointing. "I saved you some breakfast." "Thanks," I reply, trying hard to conceal my initial astonishment. I don't want to seem rude when he made such a nice gesture. The thought of him cooking for me leaves me a bit thunderstruck, though. It seems too subjugating, too genteel of a task for someone like him. I sit down to eat the meal that he has prepared. It isn't half bad, even though I doubt he has much experience. He goes back to sharpening his weapon, and a long silence passes. It doesn't have the same discomfort that it always did before. This time, it feels relaxing, maybe because I don't sense that tension that always seems to be lurking within him. I watch him quietly, eating my food. He's very skilled, quickly running the edge of the blade over a stone with deft, precise movements. It's obvious that he knows what he's doing, and I can't help but be a little impressed. He makes it look easy, though I know from experience the work involved. Observing him, I'm very aware of how muscular he is. I try to ignore it at first, pretending that I don't notice, but he has a very strong, attractive body, and it becomes impossible to act as thought I don't see it. Soon I give in, letting my eyes openly take in his well-defined form. I'm careful not to gawk too obviously, even as I drink him in. It's hard to feel too ashamed of it since it's not like I get much social interaction out here. He may be the last person I see for who knows how long, and I'm not above committing his body to memory. Initially, the way that he dropped into my life made for a rather unpleasant disruption. I didn't mind nursing him back to health, of course. I'm not cruel, and he would have died without me. I have no regrets there. But when he insisted on sticking around and following me into my cave, I resented his presence. Perhaps we just needed to adjust to each other, because after tonight and today, I'm starting to think of him as good company. He's adapted, and so have I, and he's nowhere near as loathsome as he was a few days ago. I know that soon, he'll disappear into the forest the way that he does every day. He doesn't know it as well as I do, but he tries his hand at scavenging anyway. It occurs to me that I don't want him to take off all day. For the first time, I'm not relieved at the thought of him leaving. "Do you want to go into the forest with me?" I find myself saying. I can teach you more about the plants. I hold my breath. I can't decide how I want him to answer. A part of me is instantly chastising myself, wondering what I was thinking of asking him. A part of me hopes he'll say yes. That would be nice. He agrees readily, looking almost happy. I realise that I'm happier than I thought I would be to hear him agree. I quickly finish my meal and we head into the forest. The blue leaves of the trees wave overhead, gently rustling in the breeze. At times we must go slow, taking careful steps across the big red flat rocks that dot the landscape. Other areas, the ground is mostly clear, except for the fallen blue leaves that crunch underfoot. I find a thin, spidery green vine wrapped around a tree trunk. Bright orange berries grow off it. I show them to Vaishuu, explaining that they can be steeped in tea for headaches. Eaten whole, they have a spicy flavour that can be used to season food. Where Tetzel grows, one often finds Zanus trees nearby. I peer around, searching the area. Several yards away, I spot the distinctive, feathery bark. I walk toward it, gesturing for Vaishuu to follow. I show him the bark, and then start to push the thick carpet of leaves that surround the tree base aside with my foot. It doesn't take long to uncover some of the nuts that have fallen from the tree. I pick them up, shaking them in my hand. If they feel too light, they've gone rotten, I explain. I push a good nut into his hand, letting him feel it. Then I trade it for a bad one, so that he can compare the difference. We continue to walk. I narrate each item of interest that I find, educating him on their use. The roots of the yellow taris flower can be ground into a paste that helps stop bleeding. The tiny seeds on the underside of the havar fern help with a toothache. I show him a big patch of red itzi, an aromatic herb that can be eaten or used in a poultice for colds and congestion. Eventually, we make our way to a nearby waterfall. It's one of my favourite spots to relax in the forest. The waterfall isn't particularly high and not very forceful. It feeds a small lagoon below, keeping the water circulating and fresh without being powerful enough to agitate it. I wade into the water, taking full advantage of the opportunity to freshen up and cool off. Vaishuu does not seem interested in a quick swim and sits at the water's edge watching me instead. You know a lot about the forest, he says approvingly. It's so interesting, as if you're just a part of nature. Sometimes I think we've become so removed from our roots. Technology has grown, we've moved into cities, but have we forgotten where we come from? Forgotten the power of the ground, the trees, the stars? He laughs, a short, clipped sound. It isn't particularly mirthful, but it still catches me off guard. It's the first time I have heard him make that sound. I'm talking to someone who lives in a cave about city living, he notes with sarcastic amusement. Forget that. Are you content living in the forest alone? He asks. Yes, I admit, and it's true. I'm starting to see the appeal of his company, but I don't mind being by myself. I have all the freedom and room to do as I like here, and I don't answer to anyone. I feel peaceful here, at one with the forest, like it's an extension of myself. It's where I belong, especially on clear nights like last night, where I can just feel it all coursing through me. He nods. I could tell. Last night, under the stars, even to me it was as if they were a part of you, or you were a part of them. You on the ground, them in the sky, you were all a piece of the same thing. I could sense the connection between you and the cosmos somehow. I smile to myself, pleased by his words. I always felt a special connection to the stars, even if I could never quite put it into words. Sometimes it feels as though they speak to me. I've learned to live in the forest, with time and patience. I've taught myself, and I do feel a sense of unity living here. But it isn't the same as the link I have to the cosmos, which has always felt deeper and more organic. It's within me somehow, a birthright that I don't fully understand. To hear him say those words, to confirm what I've always believed, is more affirming than I ever knew possible. I feel seen and understood. Having another person agree makes it real somehow, no longer just a potential figment of my imagination or hopefully playing pretend. He sees it too. I look up at him almost shyly through fringed eyelashes, trying to read his face. He's sincere, and it makes my heart leap in my chest. For the first time, I see something utterly beguiling and honest in his expression. Was it there the whole time? Has he changed, or have I?
Chapter 13. Vaishuu. The stars can have that effect, she murmurs. I can't help but think how right she is. Something changed last night. Something inside of me. I don't know what exactly, but seeing Aster under the stars enchanted me somehow. I know it isn't real magic. Humans don't have any magical abilities. Aster certainly doesn't, or she wouldn't have to rely so completely on her wits to survive out here in the forest. Still, it feels almost magical. Seeing the stars reflected in her eyes accessed some deep, long-neglected part of myself. A part that I had forgotten was even there, if I had ever felt it at all. I haven't been able to stop thinking of her and that moment since. Even when I tried to relax in bed, my thoughts were consumed by what we had just shared under the night sky. My dreams persisted in reminding me. Waking this morning, it still filled my head. It occurred to me for the first time that I could make her breakfast. I had simply never thought of it before, as obvious as it might sound. But it was suddenly easy to anticipate her needs when she never left my thoughts. I don't know what power this woman has over me. I've never concerned myself with anyone any more than was necessary, and even then it was begrudgingly. It's bizarre to realize that this much of my energy is going toward a lowly human, and yet there's something so magnetic about her that I just can't help myself. A part of me balks at the notion of caring for a human. They're so much lower than Naga, truly the most inferior species on Protheka. Why should I concern myself with Aster? Yet I can't get rid of the idea that there's something special about her, even though it sounds ludicrous. All my life, I've known that humans are pathetic, but getting to know her makes it harder to say that with conviction anymore. She's charming and intelligent, even if she is human. Her tour of the forest plants proved just how capable she is. I would have been impressed by that from anyone, human or Naga. It leaves me with an unsettled feeling, not quite ready to admit that I was wrong about humans, but not quite sure that I was ever right. It's hard to think of them as the weak when I see how capable she has proven herself to be. All the common slurs used to denigrate the humans don't seem to fit. I'm very aware, even if I don't like to acknowledge it, that I'd likely be dead if it wasn't for her intervention. I'm lucky that she's as knowledgeable and competent as she is, but it goes against everything that I thought I knew about humans. One thing that I know for sure is that she's very attractive. I can't deny that, even if I'd like to. I found her appealing from the very beginning, with her long, shiny black hair, undulating hips, and full bosom. It chafes my pride a bit, having to admit that I'm aroused by a human. She's beautiful, in an unusual way, different from the Naga women. I feel as though I should be above her, immune to her charms. It aggravates me that my attempts to ignore her seem futile. But her body captivates my attention, no matter how I try to push the wanting aside. Watching her splash in the water, and the effort that I must make to control my desires, makes any argument against it impossible. My mind starts to wander watching her in the lagoon. I wonder what it would look like if she submerged herself entirely. The fabric currently clings to her knees and legs, but her top half remains frustratingly dry. I imagine her dunking herself in the water, the soaking material putting every curve of her body on display. Once the thought enters my head, and I begin to fantasize about what she might look like underneath, it becomes impossible to dismiss. The idea consumes me, suddenly desperate for her to do just that, and I feel my throat go dry. I could just take her. That's the Naga way. We believe that one of the most important parts of life is the pursuit of pleasure and reward, It's not a sin or shameful to take what you want. Quite the opposite. The only shame lies in avoiding risk and thereby living in stagnation. Even if humans are weak, lesser creatures, I wouldn't be the first Naga to have sex with one. They're capable of being quite fun, so I've heard. And many can't resist those luscious round bodies. Humans are generally kept as pets or slaves, but sex toy features into both categories. A few of the older, stricter Naga might judge me, but most would just ask how it was. I'm stronger than her, and there's no doubt that if I made up my mind to have my way with her, I could. I could take whatever pleasure I wanted from her body at this very moment. For a moment, I strongly consider the urge, wondering if I'm disgracing the Naga by not chasing my desire. After a moment of reflection, it occurs to me that it isn't all that I desire, however. The idea of laying claim to her feels hollow, not quite as appealing as I thought it would. If I did take her as my own, it wouldn't be the path to pleasure that our religion smiles upon, because I'm afraid that one day with her will never be enough. One night with her, where we didn't even touch, and she consumes my thoughts. If I break down that wall, if I lay with her as a lover, will I ever be able to forget her? Will I spend the rest of my life searching for that same pleasure again? An addict who can't let go. If I'm this attached to her now, where would it leave me if we crossed that line? Because I have to return to my outpost soon, without her. I've been gone for too long already, and it's only getting harder and harder to come up with a reasonable excuse for my prolonged absence. I've pushed it about as far as I can. The only reason that I'm still here is that I can't seem to muster the will to leave her behind. But ultimately the time will come when I have no choice. I can't imagine that the decision to leave will become easier once I learn the pleasures of her body. Perhaps it's best if I never find out. I'm wavering, back and forth, torn between my desire for her and my secret fear that it may overwhelm me. When I make up my mind that I won't pursue her any further, I ache with longing. When I try to tell myself that it would be fine, just one time my inner voice calls me a liar. I haven't reached a satisfactory answer when I become distracted from my thoughts. Still staring at Aster's glorious form, I notice that she's biting her lip provocatively. The blood begins to rush south, and it's painful for me to concentrate hard enough to will myself to stay soft. I harden just slightly, but hopefully not so much that it's obvious. With that temporarily under control, I focus on her once again. She's staring at my tail intently, and I can now taste her own arousal in the air. The idea that she's as willing as me completely unravels any control that I had over my body. I can feel my arousal spring to life, no longer willing to sit quietly by, despite my pleas. Her heart rate is quickening, a steady thrumming beat that probably matches my own. I feel short of breath, wondering if she's thinking about our encounter from a few days ago. I'd been doing my best to give her space, feeling a bit ashamed that I had scared her. But if I was being honest with myself, I had liked it, a little too much, which I suppose had scared me too. Maybe I was avoiding her as much for my sake as hers. The idea that she had liked it too stirs something deep in my gut. I spent hours thinking about it, reliving the moment, imagining what it might have been like if I hadn't stopped. Did she do the same? Is she thinking those thoughts right now? I can still feel her warm skin against the scales of my tail, does she? Her arousal is getting thicker and heavier in the air. She looks up, meeting my gaze, and flushes a brilliant shade of red. Quickly, she averts her gaze, biting her lip again, and with that, my control is officially shot. It was hanging by the slimmest of threads to begin, but no more. I'm consumed by the hot, hammering need to take her, to show her exactly what I can do with that tail she's eyeing so adamantly. I slowly lift my tail in the air, accentuating the movement to make my hidden meaning obvious. I probably didn't need the dramatics because her attention is already focused. I slide the end of my tail back and forth, making an obscene gesture that imitates pumping it inside of her. I have half a mind to wonder if she'll understand what I'm implying, but I don't have to wait long to find out. Vaishuu. She sucks in her breath, a raspy little gasp that sends a jolt through every nerve in my body. The flush in her cheeks spreads to the exposed skin at the top of her chest. The tiniest hint of an embarrassed smile flickers across her face, spurring me on. I slip my tail into the water. It cuts through to reach her, wrapping lightly around her waist and pulling her toward me. "Come here," I demand.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 14. Aster. His tail is wrapped around me, tugging me gently towards him. "Come here," he orders. I can't stop from being pulled along. I know what's been building between us. I've seen the way his stares have turned from angry to lustful. I can sense his desire. Ever since that day in the cave, something has been building between us. This feels inevitable now, like nothing can stop it. The air nearly crackles around us, electrified with our mutual need. I'm dragged towards him where he sits on the banks of the lagoon, his tail curled possessively around me. It inches its way up my leg once more, like before, almost frustrating me with how slowly it's moving.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 15, Vaishuu. I lay on the banks of the lagoon, still trying to wrap my head around what just happened. Never in my wildest fantasies did I suspect Aster could be as wanton and unbridled a lover as she is. She lies tucked under my arm, the both of us utterly spent after our coupling. That was, without a doubt, the best intimate encounter I've ever had. No Naga lover can compare. Aster was so good for me, so obedient, and took everything I gave her, eager for more. I never expected coupling with a human to feel like that. Deep down, though, I know that I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much with just any human. It was her that made me feel this way. Her body was very different from my Naga lovers. She was warm and soft, her skin delicate and molded to my fingers as I touched her. Her body is incredible. Her human skin is so soft, and her chest is large, rounded and ripe for grabbing onto. I reach out now, stroking my fingers over her pebbled nipples, the buds tightening under my hands. It's soothing to me, the repetitive motions of toying with them. Whatever boundaries I put in place before are gone now, completely dissolved. The minute I entered her, it was over for me. There's no going back now. No one has ever made me feel this way. I don't even know how I can come back from something like this. No matter what happens, the image of her under me, crying out for me as I was deep inside, will forever be burned into my brain. We lie on the banks for hours until our skin is dry and the sun is dipping below the horizon. Reluctantly, I pull her to her feet as we get up, not wanting us to be out after dark. "Come," I order. "Let's go home." As we walk back, my brain catches up to me. Did I really just call her cave home? It hasn't been long at all, and I'm already thinking of it as our shared space. This is a dangerous line of thinking for me. Eventually, I will have to go back. I'm certain that my men are already out looking for me. I follow her into the cave, my hunger making itself known with a low grumble. "Do you want some of the leftover stew from lunch?" she asks, walking over to the kitchen area. "Or I can prepare the bird you caught yesterday." "Stew is fine." I wave my hand. "Go ahead and I'll get a fire going in the pit." The domesticity of it all is strangely comforting, I think, as I watch her chop up more fungi to add into the pot. More comfortable than I would have ever expected. My own family weren't exactly loving and tender, so I never thought I could enjoy anything like this. "Can you draw some water from the stream?" She appears at the mouth of the cave, and I look up. She's got the large wooden bucket in her hands. "Yes." I stand up from where I work the fire, stretching out before grabbing it. Impulsively, I lean down and kiss her forehead before starting off in the direction of the stream. My cheeks burn, and I don't look back. When I return, Aster has the pot over the fire, warming our food. I watch for a moment before pouring the bucket into the cistern and departing to the stream once more. I make several trips, ensuring that the cistern is filled to the brim so we don't need water again for several more days. If the past version of me could see how I was behaving, he would be appalled. I try not to spend too much time reflecting on how good and right this level of domesticity feels, not wanting to get caught up in a fantasy. We are far from the real world out here, and one day I will have to go back. "Bring the table outside," Aster says, stirring the stew. "We can eat under the stars." I comply, hefting the large table and bringing it to the ledge so we can look up through the trees and watch the stars twinkle. She dishes out both bowls full and hands me a hunk of day-old bread. It's good to dip in the gravy-like sauce, I found. The brown bread is delicious with the stew, which is full of the meat I caught for us, along with some grain and vegetables that Aster harvested from the forest. It's a good, hearty meal, and I tell her as much. "Thank you," she blushes, ducking her head. I added the fungi and some root vegetables I cooked earlier. I don't have much in the way of provisions, and I had to learn how to make do. "I grew up in Marzula, which is the city that serves Fort Marzu. It's not far from here, maybe 2 days' ride." I point in the direction that I think it is. "My parents were harsh and strict with me. They taught me that the only thing that mattered was honor and discipline. My father pushed me towards the military. They were killed in a raid on one of the outposts by the orcs a long time ago." "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Vaishuu." Aster's crystal blue eyes hold mine while she reaches out, clasping my hand in hers. "You probably made them very proud as a captain of the Naga Guard." "Thank you," I say stiffly. I feel vaguely unsettled as this conversation stirs up old memories I don't want to discuss. "Perhaps they're in the stars now." "Is that a Naga belief?" She tilts her head, giving me her full attention. I trace a line on the table with a finger as I try to explain my own thoughts on existence after death. It's not exactly a Naga belief, more of a bastardization of the belief system. We worship the stars as a way to see the gods themselves, but I like to think that after death, the Naga who serve the gods well are sent into the stars to sit with them. "I see." Aster nods in understanding. "I always thought of the stars as beings who have passed as well. I like to think that every person who has gone to the great beyond is a star in the sky, watching over us." This explains her views on the orc burial. "You truly think that everyone deserves dignity in death?" I ask, recalling her argument with me that day. "Yes." She nods, taking a bite of her stew as she retracts her hand. I miss the warmth of her touch already. The gods, or the great powers above, whatever you believe, have a connection to me. I feel as though they sometimes speak to me, guiding me into decisions. I don't remember my time before being here, but I know that the great powers have helped me along. I listen intently, taking bites of my stew as she speaks. The way she talks has me mesmerized. Her hands gesticulate wildly, and her eyes shine so bright. The gods, or the great powers. Maybe they're one and the same, she asks. It could be, I agree. It's possible that the gods might have looked after this human long enough to guide her into my life. She may have been put here to meet at this exact point in time, so she could help save me. The gods are strange that way. We finish the stew and the brown bread, clearing our bowls and cleaning up before we settle down to talk by the fire. Her voice is soft as she tells me stories about her time in the woods, the animals she's seen, how she's communed with the cosmos, and the one time she was nearly discovered by a group of orcs. I'm nearly crying with laughter at the way she describes the oafish creatures lumbering around in circles, scenting her in the air, but unable to comprehend the idea that all they needed to do was look upward to see her cave. She watched them for hours, frantically searching the area for her, while she was right under their noses the whole time. The fire crackles and starts to die down, and we head back into the cave. Aster invites me to spend the night with her in her bed. I'm unable to turn down the invitation, not only to spend more time with her, but because the floor is increasingly uncomfortable for me. Her bed is large, carved from the wood of the trees outside. She tells me how she had to bring them into the cave to build it, because they were so large and heavy, she couldn't have moved it once it was done. The wooden frame has 4 posters, each with intricately carved designs of the moon and the stars. The mattress is stuffed with feathers and fur, making it soft and cozy. I roll over, looking her up and down in the dim light that the candles give off. "Are you still scared of me?" I ask suddenly, reaching out to touch her. I could smell her fear when I was here the first few days. "No," she shakes her head. "Not anymore." I surge forward and claim her lips with mine, taking my time to explore her body. She's so responsive to me, touching me as well, kissing my neck and shoulders, nibbling on my ears, turning me into a desperate mess. With gentle caresses and soft strokes, we come together, making love for several hours before collapsing exhausted into sleep. The routine goes similarly over the next few days as we talk and get to know each other more, coming together at the end of every day in Aster's bed for a night of passionate lovemaking. Every day that passes, it gets harder to stay emotionally distant from her. I don't want this to end, but I know it will be ending soon. I'm losing my heart to her, and it's starting to hurt.
Chapter 16. Aster. The first thing I do when my eyes flutter open is reach for him. My arm outstretches to where I think he is lying, but my hand grazes upon the cold, jagged pebbles that line the cave floor. I push myself up with my palms, groaning softly. Is he gone? I trail my eyes around the cave as worry starts seeping into my chest. Why am I so surprised? I know that he can't stay with me forever. I know that my time with him is coming to an abrupt end. But it still hurts to know that he wants to leave me without a proper goodbye. I deserve more than that, don't I? I deserve some more respect, but I can only keep my complaints to myself. There's no one around to hear me ramble about my inner feelings anymore. In my mind, I struggle to understand this situation. As I raise my knees to my chest, I wonder what brought him to me in the first place. Did I do something to deserve this heartache? Deep down, I know I should have cherished my moments with him a little more. In the heat of the moment, with my heart racing and my cheeks red as embers, I let him take control of my body and my soul. I enjoy having him around. I continue thinking about those moments as I sit by myself, contemplating what to do next. I find my clothes flung to the far side of the cave, so I crawl towards the scraps and start pulling them onto my body. I don't want to believe that he left without saying goodbye. That seems like a sharp stab to the heart, and I don't think he's that cruel. At least, I hope not. My movements start slowing down as my thoughts race wildly through my mind. I keep thinking about the same thing. Why? Why does he have to do this? Does he really need to leave me, high and dry? Life is so much more than bloodshed and battlefields. He can leave that all behind and stay with me. We can run into the forest together, as deep as it goes, and hide there for the rest of our days. No one needs to know about us. I want things to stay between us, him and I. I never want my time with him to end, but time is slipping through my fingers at an unfathomable pace. He's gone. I know it. Nothing that I say or do will make him want to stay, but I can dream. As I sit here and sulk, I wonder about the life we can live if he sets aside his honour and pride. For me. But then, I realise I'm going too far. Who am I to demand that he gives up his lifestyle for me, a human he met in a cave deep in the forest? It's selfish of me, but it's my desire. I want him all to myself, but I can't have him. The pain burns through my heart, but I hold back the tears as I force myself to my feet. I hear some noises at the mouth of the cave, so I head to investigate. He's there, stone-faced. He's meddling with some belongings of mine. "Good morning," I say, leaning against the wall with my arms crossed over my chest. "How are you?" "Fine." My voice is small and meek compared to his. He's an imposing figure. His voice cuts sharp and swift like a dagger, not knowing the wounds he inflicts upon me with his distant demeanour. I scrunch up my nose, doing my best not to cry. I can't do that in front of him. He's seen every side of me. He knows everything about me. Our late-night talks, coupled with my delusional hope that he will stay by my side, made my tongue a traitor. That can't happen anymore. I can't bare my soul to someone who is nothing more than a stranger. That's what he is. Nothing more. Nothing less. But why is it so difficult to reconcile what my heart feels to what my mind tells me? He's a Naga warrior who must return to his post. The day is here where he must leave me behind and go back to his work. With him gone, I can return to the life I always knew. I don't want him gone. And there lies my issue. "Do you want anything to eat or drink?" I ask softly, unable to keep his gaze. I stare at the ground instead. I can head out into the forest and... "There's no need to do that," he replies. "I don't have much of an appetite right now, but thank you." "Are you sure? Won't you be travelling?" "I'll be fine." I nod, so curt, so distant. In my peripheral vision, I notice that he doesn't glance at me either. He's minding his own business on the other side of the cave, fiddling with small objects. Does he want to speak with me at all? How is this possible? "Are you feeling all right?" I ask. "Yes, I do. I'm sorry if I'm acting a little..." "You are." For the first time that morning, he looks at me. His pupils are slits, like they always are. "Well, you won't have to deal with me for much longer. I'll leave in the evening." "And what do you plan to do then?" I raise a brow. It's my turn to start acting brusque. "Hang around silently like a shadow on the wall?" I had the hope I would spend some time by myself, yes, if that's all right with you. I force a smile. Of course it is. He lingers in the cave while I go about my daily business. I pick berries and herbs from the forest and bring them back to the cave, organising them as I see fit. He's still there when I return with his back against the wall and closed eyes. It's as if he's contemplating something. I head out a few more times since I am unable to stay near him for too long without feeling the need to break down completely. I don't know if I can do this. I stop and lean against a tree, raising my fist to my mouth as I choke back my sobs. Why does it have to be like this? And why is he treating me like this? I don't want things to end this way. It's leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. But what else can I do? I will not beg him to stay when he clearly doesn't want to. I value my dignity much more than that. If he wants to leave me, so be it. He can leave. I'll have to live with the hole it leaves behind in my heart, but in time I'm sure I'll feel better. I'm better off when I'm by myself anyway. There's no room for anyone else. They all leave in the end, and Vaishuu is no exception. In fact, he's like the rest. I need to stop believing that he's the one for me when the signs are in front of me. He's not, and he never will be. What if I just asked? I pause, mulling over my thoughts for a moment. If I ask him to stay, what might happen? I already know he wants to leave, and that's been his plan all along. What if he surprises me by agreeing? Stop kidding yourself, I mumble indignantly, furiously wiping away the tears that stain my cheeks. He's not going to do anything like that. He's leaving tonight, and that's that. When I head back to the cave, the skies are turning orange and purple. The stars are preparing to illuminate the dark canvas they twinkle upon. He's getting ready to leave. I drop my belongings at the foot of the cave, close to where he stands. Thank you for your kindness and hospitality. I will never forget it, he says. His green eyes brilliantly reflect the light that bounces off of them. They're mesmerizing, and I nearly forget that he's bidding me farewell. You're very kind. You've treated me far better than what I deserve. Oh, be quiet, I whisper. Huh? Just go back to where you came from already. I turn my back towards him, words teeming with hurt and heartbreak. I wouldn't want to hold you back from your work. He stays silent. Then he ducks his head and departs from my cave. I watch him under my eyebrows as he leaves. He doesn't hesitate, nor does he make an attempt to turn around and glance at me. No, he disappears into the forest hastily, until he is gone from my sight. I track his movements until I see the tip of his tail fade behind trees and bushes. When he's gone, I wait a few moments to try and hear him in the distance. I don't hear leaves crunching and branches breaking anymore. He's gone. It takes everything within me not to fall to my knees in despair. I cling onto the wall for support. I gasp for breath. I don't know how I survived this day without bawling my eyes out, but here I am. I'm still here. I'll be all right. My heart screams for him, my body aches for him, but I'm ignoring those cries completely. I need to be strong. Swallowing thickly, I raise my chin up and stare at the night sky. A newfound confidence surges within me. My heartache will linger for a time, I'm sure, but it's time to stop dwelling on the past. There's nothing for me there. I'm meant for a life of solitude. Why else would I be here? In a cave, all alone, with no one to protect me beside myself. This is the path I carved for myself, and no one will take it from me. Not even the Naga warrior with the deep green eyes.
Chapter 17. Vaishuu. I approach the outpost gradually, my feet trudging along the dirt path that leads into the front gates. From one of the watchtowers, someone spots me and beckons over a few other men to observe my advance. In time, the front gates open clamorously. In my absence, it seems they chose a new captain. I can't blame them. They probably thought I was dead. But something inside me aches to see him slide towards me with confidence and arrogance teeming from his body. He scowls as he trails his eyes up and down my body. He flicks his tongue out briefly. What happened to you? It's Teaser Faisal. He encircles me as if I'm prey. There's a strange feeling filling up my chest. I deserve this ill treatment. I've done things that should have never been thought of. I don't plan to let them know about what I've done. No. Those secrets will die with me. They will never know what happened in that forest, in a certain cave with a beautiful human woman that holds the night sky in her eyes. I stand firm against his dubious glances and attempts to intimidate me. It's not going to work. I'm here to take what's mine, and I won't let anyone stand in my way. It's the reason why I left her. Are you going to answer me or not? Captain Faisal slams a hand into my chest, nearly knocking me off balance. Who are you conspiring with? Are you being followed? Not to my knowledge. How can you be so sure? What if you revealed the location of our outpost to untrustworthy types? What if they're sending spies and scouts our way now? I blink slowly. I can assure you that's not going to happen. Stop! Captain Faisal holds up a hand. He bares his fangs as he stares into the forest I walked out from. We should not discuss these matters here. Follow me. Without question, I follow him as we enter the outpost together. I try to ignore the eyes that pierce daggers into my back as I make my way through. I wonder if Captain Faisal intended for this to happen. To humiliate the old captain and further cement his status as the new leader in Outpost #5. He leads me into the courtyard and stops in front of me abruptly. His eyes are soulless, and he stares at me, waiting for me to explain. When I stay silent, he huffs. Damn it, Vaishuu. Do I really need to pry this information out of you by force? What happened to you? I received mixed reports about your status. People started spreading rumors, everything from you died, the enemies captured you, you deserted your position. Were you established as captain quickly after my disappearance? Captain Faisal's eyes flash with anger. Do you really think we were going to flounder aimlessly without someone to take charge? Of course not. I stepped up to the role because I was needed. We didn't know where you were, no one did. So that's why I'm going to ask you again. What happened to you? I was injured, I say. I wasn't able to return until now. Who nursed you back to health? Myself. It was a long and tedious process, but I tended to my wounds and made the journey back. Captain Faisal doesn't like that answer, probably because he feels that there's more to this story than I'm letting on. Yet, he is unable to do much except raise his chin a little higher and let out a hum. He can't discern a lie because I'm not lying. Instead, I'm omitting some of the truth. While us Naga can recognize when someone is lying to our face, we're unable to figure out when someone isn't presenting us with the full picture, which is exactly what I'm doing now. I would rather a sword impale me through the chest before he figures out the truth about Aster and her cave. Well, I'm glad you're back, Captain Faisal says eventually. Your presence was greatly missed by many of our warriors. You're one of our best fighters, so losing you felt like a blow to the head. Do you really mean that? Why would I lie? I would never want our outpost's strength to get compromised. That's entirely against what I stand for. He sighs, a flash of his tongue darting out from his mouth. He's the one who took my position. I should be angry at him, but is it truly his fault? How can I blame a warrior who stepped up to the challenge when the previous leader disappeared? What happens next with my return, I don't know. It doesn't cross my mind. Would you like some meat? How long have you been traveling? Captain Faisal turns towards me. I can arrange for a meal to arrive at your quarters once we handle the paperwork. The paperwork? Yes, of course. We need to record your return and the reason why you disappeared in the first place. This was a highly unusual event that cannot be forgotten. I see. You're right, Captain. I bow my head respectfully. I'll do whatever is needed of me, but I hope you know that I came back because I have a job to do. I'm eager to resume what I was doing before this unfortunate incident occurred. You're not a deserter, and that pleases me. It would have been horrifying to think that one of our best warriors ran off with... I don't even want to say. I bite my tongue. What happened between Aster and I belongs to the past. I will bury it deep in the ground so that it never sees the light of day. Why do you think I would ever run away? This is my life, and it's the only life I've ever known. I'm a warrior first and foremost, and I don't plan to set my responsibilities aside for anyone. Yes, Vaishuu, I understand, but that's easier said than done. I'm sure there are cases in our history where a warrior like you decided to abandon his post because of a more attractive opportunity elsewhere. Is that what you thought happened to me? Captain Faisal laughs. A lot of us did, so don't put the full weight of that blame upon my shoulders. Come along. We should complete the paperwork and see if there's any more raw meat for your consumption. If I'm feeling up to it, I might send someone to touch your food by the fire as a celebratory gesture for your return. That's very kind of you, Captain. Thank you. What a strange thing to say. Are they on to me? Still, I breathe a small sigh of relief. Finally, I received some confirmation that I made the right choice in leaving Aster behind. There's a small part of me that continues thinking that I made a grave mistake in abandoning her. But what kind of future were we going to have? She's a human female. She deserves better than me. Besides, I'm a warrior. I don't have time for love and romance. Those things will only stand in my way, distracting me from what's truly important. And right now, my priority is earning my position back from the Naga in front of me. I follow Captain Fiesel to what used to be my office, where he instructs me to scribble the details about my absence. Save for my encounter with Aster, I write down the events as accurately as I remember them. Captain Fiesel stares at my hands while I write. Make sure to give vivid details where you found the orcs. That's the most important part of this paperwork. Captain Fiesel paces behind me while I continue writing. I still think you should have taken more precautions to make sure no one followed you here. Nobody did. I would have known. How can you be so sure? Don't let your arrogance blind you, Vaishuu. I look up from my writing. Captain Fiesel hesitates. I appreciate you and all that you've done for our outpost, but I will continue to work diligently to make sure that this outpost runs as efficiently as it should. I scribble down the last bits of information, nearly tearing through the page in my haste. There. Is that all? Yes, Captain Fiesel says, taking the papers and sticking them into a drawer. Will they ever see the light of day again? Thank you for your cooperation. It'll only be a matter of time before I regain the position that clearly belongs to me, I blurt out, unable to hold back the tongue that has been antsy to make itself known. I don't mean to slight you in any way, Captain. You're a capable warrior, but only the best should be allowed to run the outpost. And what makes you think you're the best one we have? I don't think so. I know so. Then we will have to see what Commander Ferzu has to say about that. He has ordered that you travel to Fort Marzu to explain yourself to him. Now, get out of my sight. I make my departure from the office, making sure to rattle a bookshelf with my tail on the way out. What a disaster. I don't think I was gone for too long, but I still managed to lose control of the outpost. My own men don't look at me in the same way anymore, probably thinking that I am a deserter who changed his mind at the last moment. And Aster... I sigh. I can't keep thinking about her. There's no use dwelling on what could have been. I won't see her again, I'm certain of that. Perhaps I'll be lucky tonight and see her emerge in my dreams. Memories of our nights together are still fresh in my mind. The thought of her brings me solace, but the rest of the world doesn't need to know about that. I shake away these thoughts quickly. There's no time for that anymore. I need to focus if I am to go before the commander.
Chapter 18. Aster. It's been 7 moons since I saw him last, but it feels like an eternity separates him and I. What a fool I am. I believe that I can still get over him, but my body and heart betrays me. I long for him. I ache for the day when I'll see him again, but I don't think that day exists. I try to occupy myself with small tasks throughout the day to keep my mind busy, but the image of him permeates my thoughts when I least expect it. Just as I think that I'm getting over what happened, a small thought of him and the good time we had together ruins it all. Why? Because deep in my heart I carry a glimmer of hope that things will return to the way they used to be. I miss him so much. Maybe I'm going crazy, maybe I'm just delusional, but there's a small voice in the back of my head that tells me we will meet again. What if I went to the outpost and sought him out myself? The thought has crossed my mind more than a few times now, especially during my weakest moments, where the only thing I can think about is him. There's no room for someone like me in an outpost run by Naga warriors, though. Despite the love I feel for Vaishuu, his kind still intimidates me. They're large, scaly creatures, with eyes that bore into the soul. I'm sure any of them could kill me in an instant if I did something to offend them. Even with these apparent dangers, I don't mind risking my life to see him again. What's going on with me? I have never behaved like this before, but that's probably because no one has made me feel like this before. I sit a short distance away from the mouth of the cave, where I can catch a clear view of the night sky from where I'm sitting. My neck hurts from staring for too long, but it doesn't matter. The stars twinkle and dance for me, even winking at me sometimes. I'm mesmerized by their beauty. I can't tear my sight from them. It's as if they're calling out to me, begging me to listen. I close my eyes, suck in a deep breath of cool nighttime air, and I wait. A tense stillness encapsulates me. Something is coming, but I'm unsure what. Will an animal burst out from the forest and lunge at me? Will a crack of thunder jolt me from my senses, followed by a lightning bolt that illuminates the dark skies? None of that occurs, but there's something here. And when I open my eyes to stare at the stars, I'm hit with a force that shoves me onto my back. The air escapes my lungs in a brusque gasp. My chest hurts. But now I can see. I don't know how it happens, but I'm moving through the forest now. I see myself from another person's perspective, as if my body and soul are detached. It doesn't make sense. I look terrified. I'm alone, but there's subtle movements around me. Trees and bushes rustle, the wind picks up, and it's nighttime. Suddenly, I hear screaming. To my right, I see a battle ensuing between a Naga and an orc, with the orc gaining the upper hand and slashing his weapon across the Naga's skull. Blood splatters the foliage around them. To my left, Naga and human women passionately screwing, barely hidden amongst the trees. I see everything. There's a battle happening right beside them, yet they're screwing. I don't know what's going on. They don't see me, but I see them, screaming, laughing and crying. It's loud enough to make my ears ring. None of this seems natural. I've never seen anything like this before, much less in the forest where it's relatively empty. Orcs and Naga emerge from the shadows, flinging themselves at one another in an all-out battle. Then, I freeze. Heavy footsteps approach from behind, and when I turn around, there's an orc dragging a small human woman along with a leash around her neck. I toss myself to the side to avoid getting run over by the orc, but he doesn't seem to pay much attention to me anyway. I watch with wide eyes as the orc approaches another of its kind. Then he flings the human woman onto the ground as if she's a heap of garbage. The woman screams, landing on all fours. "Take her! She's yours now!" What purpose will she serve? Food, sex, or... It hits me. I stand between the two orcs and the wailing woman. They don't notice me. The woman's tears drip onto the ground. The orc with a firm grip on her leash snarls at the other, who is dressed in important linens. He's a shaman. "I bring her so that you can harvest her magic. That's what you wanted, right?" Yes. Some human females possess an attractive force that lies dormant within them. We need to harvest as many of these creatures as we can, the shaman orc says, reaching down and caressing the chin of the crying woman, who stiffens with his touch. We need their magic. In time, we will learn how to control their powers. "I expect payment for my cooperation," the other orc retorts. "It's not always easy capturing humans. This one put up a fight." "We'll need more of them soon. We're running out of food." My mouth drops open. They're stealing humans. I understand, but we need to focus on the humans who possess magic. They're the important ones. We must learn about their powers. From the little I know, their magic has laid dormant within some of them for generations, and it's barely starting to emerge. Are some humans in better control of their powers than others? The orc eyes the woman on the ground. Are some more powerful than others? I'd assume so, but I need to prod deeper into that subject. The orc shaman takes the leash from the other. In the future, I hope we can harvest their magic and use it to completely eradicate the Naga population. They're strong, but they lack magic, so they'll be easiest to eliminate first. I can't wait to see the day that happens. As do I. Afterwards, the Dark Elves will go next. They're more formidable than the Naga. Indeed, which is why it's important we learn to cultivate the magic that comes from these human females. If we want to stand a chance against the Dark Elves and conquer their lands, our warriors need to prepare themselves accordingly. You make me want to head out and capture 10 more of these human creatures with that speech of yours. The orcs cackle amongst themselves while the woman beneath them continues to cry. My heart aches at this scene. My eyes well up with tears. Why am I being shown this vision? How many more humans do we need? As many as we can get our hands on, the shaman answers. He takes a step forward. There will come a day when humans, dark elves, Naga, and all the rest of them will regret ever underestimating us. Don't you long for that? Don't you long for them to look at us with respect rather than contempt? In all honesty, it doesn't matter what they think of us. We're powerful in our own right. Yes, but with magic, we will become the rulers of these lands. We will become as powerful as the gods who have blessed us. He tugs on the human female's leash gently. And this is how it begins. The imagery of the orcs and the captured humans starts fading away gradually. I reach out to touch the woman, but my hand falls through her. No, I whisper. Wait! I'm grasping at air. They disappear quickly. The orcs are preparing for war. I need to warn someone. I need to see Vaishuu. Just then the same force from before strikes me in the chest once more. I am sent barreling backwards, into the forest, through the trees, and through a sudden darkness until it feels like I'm falling through nothing. Nothing until I return to where I am. Lying beneath the stars. I feel my hands, chest and legs. I'm still in one piece. I'm still alive. I sit up, glancing around me. There's no battling orcs or Naga anymore. There's no sex. The orcs with the enslaved human woman are gone, but something tells me that those scenes truly happened at some point in time. When I gaze at the stars, they twinkle at me. There is a reason why I saw that vision, and I don't intend to sit here silently while the orcs plan to destroy the world as we know it. I need to go to the outpost. I need to see Vaishuu again. A powerful giddiness fills me up completely. Scrambling to my feet, I run to my cave and gather a day's worth of food. There's a long journey ahead, and I doubt I'll be accepted with open arms once I reach the outpost. I don't feel scared about that, though. What worries me is what I saw in that vision. The orcs are determined to eliminate the Naga. Then they will come for the Dark Elves. In the midst of everything, human women are being captured and harvested. I could be next. The vision illustrates the bleak future that awaits me if I don't act quickly. I don't think there's anything magical about me, but the orcs also need sex and food. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Tossing a small food sack over my shoulder, I depart my cave and head into the forest. I don't know the exact way to go, but I feel safe knowing that the stars are my witness above. They will help me. They always have.
Chapter 19, Vaishuu. Every day, Commander Vaishuu summons me to his office to tell me the same thing. I stand there quietly and take the verbal lashings each time, knowing that this is what I must endure if I want to gain his trust again. I don't like being yelled at. It's a powerless sensation to have someone question my allegiance, my honor, and my confidence without having the ability to fight back against the accusations. He's the commander. I can't disrespect him. Not if I want my post back. I need you to understand how terrible this looks for me. Commander Vaishuu crosses his arms over his chest. Do you get it? Yes, sir. I appointed you to that position for a good reason, Vaishuu. It's because I trusted you. I trusted you to make the right decisions, but now you've made me look like an inept fool. His voice booms against the office walls. I've never seen him this animated before. Sir, I apologize. I already told you that. Yes, I've heard you. I've heard your excuses. What? Because you have a little cut here and there, that makes it all right to abandon your post for an extended period of time? With no warning, with no communication with the rest of us about your status? I couldn't move from where I was, Commander. I don't believe that for a second. Do you know why? Commander Vaishuu nearly brushes his nose against mine. Because you're the same warrior I've seen fight through slashes to your chest, head, and neck. You never back down because of a puny injury. That simply isn't in your character. Forgive me, Commander. This time, things were different. Clearly. Commander Vaishuu backs away. Anger and frustration are apparent in his eyes. I didn't want to believe the rumors about you. Your fellow warriors called you every name in the book. They made me think that you were a no-good deserter. A coward. My fists clench, as does my jaw. Yet I say nothing. I want to fling daggers at the ones who said such things about me, though. I'm glad you're back. You're one of the best we have, and it was a difficult decision to find a replacement for you in Outpost #5 on such short notice. Commander Vaishuu shoots me a knowing glance. I'm sure Captain Fizel talked to you extensively about what happened, right? Yes, sir. I filed paperwork detailing what happened to me. Has he turned that in, yet? No. Figures. He doesn't seem like the type to get paperwork organized. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with you, Vaishuu. You're too valuable to let go. But at the same time, the other warriors need to know that they won't receive a light punishment if they ever decide to desert and come back after a change of heart. I never deserted my post, sir, I reply calmly. I got injured, which prevented me from returning for a while. I never wanted to get separated from the rest of my warriors because I understand my obligations as captain. You used to, Commander Vaishuu corrects. You're not the captain of Outpost #5 anymore, Vaishuu. What a blow to my ego. I don't even respond to that. You will return to Outpost #5 once I've made my decision. You can go now. Don't get into too much trouble while you're gone. I duck my head and exit his office, feeling a weight of tension easing off my shoulders. I believe this is the 4th day in a row since my arrival at Fort Marzu that Commander Vaishuu has spoken to me in such a manner. A barrage of tirades highlighting how disappointed he is in my behavior, and how I've put his reputation on the line with my actions. During times like these, I miss Aster the most. I miss her smile and comforting voice. I'm sure she would tell me how everything is going to be all right, and how I'm going to get through this time. Over the past few days, I've thought about her frequently. Thoughts of her come out to taunt me every time I see Commander Vaishu's human mate, Ava. She's heavy with child. It's a beautiful thing. Her cheeks are flushed red with excitement, and her eyes twinkle whenever she's around Commander Vaishuu. My heart sinks. I long for something like that, but I left it behind in that cave. That night, when I'm eating my portions of raw meat by myself in the dining hall, I see Commander Vaishuu and Ava enter together. Some stand and greet them warmly. Others shake the commander's hand but don't glance at Ava. A Naga taking on a human mate is a rare occurrence. It's not something that slips under the radar. No, I heard rumors about this pairing when I was still a captain at Outpost #5, but I never thought much of it. Now, I see that the two of them are made for one another. They complement each other well. They both stare at each other with wonder and admiration in their eyes, despite the many differences between their kinds. This is tough to look at, since it's making me wonder about everything that could have been between Aster and I. There's no future for us now. I must come to terms with that, but it's really difficult. Vaishuu! Commander Vaishuu exclaims from across the dining hall, waving a hand to get my attention. He walks over, keeping a hand on the small of Ava's back as they approach. I stand up promptly and bow before the two of them. Good evening, Commander. It's good to see you again. Likewise. I come bearing good news. About your new child? I gesture towards his mate. He laughs. I tend to forget how obvious it is to everyone else. Yes, our child is coming any day now. Thank you. But that's not what I came to speak about. It's about your return to Outpost #5. I finally figured out what to do with you. I brace myself for the worst. We're in the dining hall, so I don't plan on begging for mercy if he chooses to exile me. I suck in a deep breath. Before I do, I must ask you a question that's been lingering in my mind. How did you survive for so long in the wild? You didn't have much to work with. Is that right? Did you have any food scraps when you first got injured? My gaze falters and I stare at my half-finished plate. If this is the end of my career as a warrior, I might as well go out with the truth instead of hiding behind my cowardice. No, sir, I was saved by a human female. She nursed me back to health when I needed it, so I owe my life to her. Ava smiles when I say that. Commander Vaishuu nods. That's comforting to hear, he says. Human females are wonderful beings. They tend to get underestimated at times, but they're truly delicate creatures. It's my turn to smile. He glances at Ava, and she blushes red with his comment. I like their small interactions. It fills me with an uplifting warmth because it reminds me of what I had with Aster. Aster, will she ever forgive me for what I did? I don't deserve her. I abandoned her for my post. Unlike Commander Vaishuu, I don't have the luxury to have a human mate and retain my position. As it stands right now, I lack both, so I'm completely at a loss. I wanted to tell you that you're leaving tonight. There it is, the stab to the heart. But then, Commander Vaishuu continues, you're being reinstated as the captain of Outpost H5. He reaches over and pats me on the shoulder. Congratulations, Vaishuu. Are you? I hesitate to finish that question. I don't want to jeopardize anything. Thank you, Commander. I am humbled by your generosity. I wasn't going to allow one of my best warriors to walk away from his position, he replies. I'd be a fool to let anyone else assume that role for any longer. He's quite set on you, Ava chimes in. She rests a hand upon her stomach while she speaks. He keeps telling me how you're an able warrior, and how the outpost will crumble if you're not reinstated as captain. You don't have to tell him everything I told you, Commander Vaishuu says, sending her a playful look. She tells you nothing but the truth, though. I appreciate everything you do for the outpost, Vaishuu. Travel tonight and take back what's rightfully yours. Commander Vaishuu takes my hand and firmly shakes it. I reciprocate the gesture, even though I'm flabbergasted by how good things turned out to be in the end. I have my position back. I'm slowly earning back the trust of the ones who matter the most. And even still, there's an emptiness that lingers within me. Only one person can fill the void inside of me, but it's too late for that. Now that I have my position reinstated, I must forget about the past and everything that happened between Aster and I. It's for the best. She will grow to forget me, and I will do the same. In time, she will only exist in my memories. Thank you, sir. I promise that I won't let you down, I say. You better not. I'm taking a gamble with this decision. I'm sure I'll get critiqued for putting so much trust in you. With that being said, I must warn you that if you ever embarrass me like that again, I won't be so merciful the second time around. There won't be a second time, Commander. You have my word. I'm pleased to hear that. Go on and finish your food. You have an eventful night ahead of you.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 20. Aster. My feet ache, but I continue pushing through the forest. I'm moving slowly, aided by the rising sun that peeks over the horizon. I don't know where I am or what time it is. My instincts lead me through, and I desperately hope that I'm not making the wrong decision. I still don't know what I'm going to do when I find the outpost. Do I walk in? I'm sure it's swarmed by Naga who are waiting for any signs of irregularity in the outpost's vicinity. I'm going to cause issues with my arrival, but I need to tell Vaishuu about what I saw. His race and mine depend on it. Each step tires me. I want to drop to my knees and give up, but there's too much at stake if I turn back now. There's a chance that my vision amounts to nothing, but would the stars truly lie to me like that? They speak to me, vividly. There's a dull ache in the small of my back that makes me pause against a tree. Taking the moment to reach into my food sack, I snack on some berries as I hear birds singing in the distance. I also hear yells, orders and commands. Straightening up, I climb up the tree and crane my head above the foliage that obscures my vision. Sure enough, I see dark walls and small figures moving around. Naga. In seconds, my fatigue disappears. I gather my belongings and push on, ignoring the way my limbs threaten to give out on me. I can't stop when I'm so close. Adrenaline courses through me. As I get closer, my heart leaps into my mouth and makes it difficult to think properly. These Naga remind me of Vaishuu, tall, imposing and intimidating. Some notice me right away. A flurry of movement follows. Then, the gates of the outpost open and reveal 2 Naga warriors, lightly dressed in armour and holding weapons in their hands. I pause. Do they think I'm a threat? State your reasons for being here, one of them says, keeping me at a distance by pointing his weapon towards me. I swallow thickly. I need to speak with... The Naga await my response. The words rest on the tip of my tongue, but I can't force them out. They're stuck. Go on. State why you are here. The Naga on the right shoves the other one brusquely. Go fetch the captain and tell them a rogue human has approached the outpost walls. He'll want to hear about this. Where's Vaishuu? I nearly ask that aloud, but again, my fear cripples me. The other Naga stalks away hastily, while this one continues aiming his blade at my head. I lift my chin a little higher, hoping to remain calm. I don't feel his presence. Vaishuu is a warrior that serves outpost number 5. But where is he? He's supposed to be here. What are they going to do to me if I'm not able to find Vaishuu? Human, state your name. The Naga lurches forward. I yelp and fall backwards. Why are you here? You shouldn't roam near this outpost. Your presence leads me to believe that there's a weakness to our defences. We're easy to find. No, you're not. I shake my head. It took me a very long time to find this outpost. It wasn't easy at all. So it was your intention to find us. The Naga flicks his forked tongue out of his mouth. He hisses at me. Who are you? Are you a spy? No! Are the orcs sending human spies now? Those brutes are desperate to try anything nowadays. No, I don't work with them. I need to speak to... What's the meaning of this? Another Naga emerges out of the gates. Immediately the one threatening me stands down. He curls his tail as the other Naga approaches. He seems to have some level of authority, because the warrior cowers slightly in his presence. Retreat into the walls, the Naga whispers, not even looking at him. Explain yourself, human. You should not be near our outpost. I know, but this is an urgent matter, I say, finally mustering enough courage to defend myself against them. My name is Asta, and I need to speak with the leader of this outpost. That's me, he replies arrogantly. My name is Captain Tisar Fizel. You still have not explained why you came to our outpost, Asta. I need to speak to Vaishuu. Is he here? Captain Fizel stiffens once I say that. His right hand tightens into a fist, and he turns towards another warrior that accompanied him out of the gates. The warrior scoffs as he gazes in my direction. The human is an insolent little creature. Just toss her back into the forest and be done with it. We have better things to worry about than a measly human woman. Silence, Chakya, Captain Fizel booms. I expect better behaviour from my warriors. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then don't say anything at all. Captain, you cannot be serious. Are you trying to defend a human woman while our outpost is in perilous danger? I'm not defending the human against anything. Until she is able to prove that she's not working with the orcs, we will imprison and interrogate her until we receive some answers. Captain Feasel then nods, sees her. What? I try to run, but the Naga are quick and agile creatures. One of them grabs me, even as I struggle to fight against his hold. No, don't touch me. Captain, if this stupid human pierces my side, I will have no choice but to gouge her eyes out. You will do no such thing, he orders. And if you do, I will throw you into a cell instead. But are you challenging my orders? No. Forgive me, Captain. The Naga's grip on my arms tighten, but I fight back with everything inside of me. I'm thrashing my arms and legs, but the Naga decides to toss me over his shoulder while the captain walks us back towards the outpost gates. No! I'm beating my fists against his back, trying to kick him in the face. Let go of me! Let me speak to Vaishuu! How do you know him? Captain Feasel asks, stopping in his tracks. Did he tell you anything about the way we run our outpost? Why would I tell you anything now that you're imprisoning me? That should be the main reason why you choose to cooperate with us. Do you want to rot in a cell, just to prove how stubborn you can be? Captain Feasel's eyes flash with contempt towards me. If you don't want to help us understand what's going on, that's fine. But we cannot let you leave now that you know where our outpost is located. I came here because Because what? The orcs sent you, didn't they? Those filthy creatures are aching for the chance to destroy our outposts, and I'll be damned if I let them succeed. I wasn't sent by the orcs. I pound my fist into the back of the Naga that carries me. I doubt it hurts him in the slightest. I need to speak to Vaishuu, please. He isn't here, Captain Feasel says, drawing dangerously closer to me. And you're not going to speak to him. You barge into our outpost and start flinging out demands as if we serve you. What makes you think we will cave in to whatever you want? That's not the point, I cry. Tears of frustration course down my face. I didn't mean to demand anything from you. I want to speak with him, please. The strength ebbs from my muscles. I don't have much fight left within me. I don't feel Vaishuu close by. Is this the Naga that sent him away? Like I said, you're not going to speak with him. There's a chance that you're a spy or a traitor, and I cannot have you mingling with my warriors. Captain Feasel beckons the Naga to continue following him. I lay limp on his shoulder. I don't know what to do. Why did the stars show me that dream if it was only going to lead me to this pitiful state? What are you going to do to me in that cell? I ask weakly, barely raising my head up. Everything hurts. I don't want to get tortured. I want to help your outpost survive. So can you explain to me why you came here in the first place? All of this could have been avoided if you cooperated with us from the start. Do you realise that? I can't discuss this with you. I'm sorry. What makes you think you can say that? I'm the captain of this outpost now. Me, not Vaishuu. Captain Feasel yells this a little too loudly, as it attracts the attention of the Naga warriors that surround us. He clears his throat. By demanding to speak to Vaishuu, you're disrespecting me and my authority. I will not allow this to continue. What are you going to do to me? This isn't right. I came here for a valiant purpose and you're treating me like a criminal. I'm treating you with suspicion and I have every right to do so. Some human female comes out of the forest, screaming to speak to one of my warriors. I have many questions, and you refuse to answer them. Therefore, you give me no other choice but to imprison you for the time being. We're descending into the prison cells. My heart rate picks up. A cold sweat takes over my body. He's going to hurt me. And Vaishuu is nowhere to be found. Please, I beg quietly, choking back my sobs. Please don't. It's too late for that, Asta. Now you're going to cooperate with me whether you like it or not. The Naga slams me into the ground. Leave us, Chakya, Captain Feasel says, eyeing me dangerously.
Chapter 21. Vaishuu. By the cosmos, I am grateful for the wisdom of Commander Vaishuu. I leave the fort with my head held high. I am captain of the outpost once more. I smirk, the victory singing in my blood. No matter what happens, I will not do anything to jeopardize my position ever again. I ride back into the outpost, feeling as though a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I'm so pleased that I don't even realize there's a commotion afoot at first. It isn't until I hear the arguing that I truly look around from putting away my Hokeen. What in the name of Meinir is going on? I grab a soldier who is scurrying across the grounds, muttering to himself. I spot several of my men arguing near the offices. There's been some kind of disturbance in the camp this morning, sir, the soldier says. The men are arguing about it now. I don't know more than that, sir, only that it involves Captain Fiesel. My rage bubbles up just under the surface at the soldier calling that traitorous jerk by my title. I snap my jaw shut and ball my hands into fists. Where can I find Captain Fiesel? I ask, going unnaturally calm. The soldier's eyes widen and he backs up. He's in the holding cell, sir, he says before beating a hasty retreat. I can't wait to find that bastard and inform him of the good news. This will no doubt piss him off, and the thought makes my smirk bloom into a large grin. I won't let anyone usurp me, especially not one as slimy and smarmy as he is. Striding across the camp, I unconsciously scent the air, tasting something increasingly familiar. I can't put my finger on it, but as I get closer to the holding cells, it grows stronger. It can't be. Hastening my steps, I rush into the building, making my way down the corridor and confirm my suspicions. Aster is here, held captive in the holding cells we use for prisoners of battle, and Faisal's hands are all over her. Her crystal blue eyes lift up to meet mine, and the terror in them spurs me to action. I'm seeing red as I charge at Fiesel, yanking him off her and throwing him to the ground. I land a blow to his face before he's leaping up, hissing at me and going on the attack. He slams me into the cell wall, knocking my head back against the stones. I hear Aster scream in the distance, but I'm more focused on keeping Tisar from strangling me to death. His hands are wrapped around my throat and I struggle, trying to pull them off. Finally, I manage to hook my tail under his leg, twisting him so I can get my hand on his back and shove him to the ground, my other hand clamped tightly around his wrist. I reach down, grabbing his head and slam it to the floor. Unfortunately, he's just as quick as me, and he grabs the inside of my leg, jerking me forward, and then slams his body back, which sends me tumbling to the ground, hands falling back to catch myself. He twists, windmilling his arms to push me away, before shoving himself atop me, grabbing my throat once again. I can't let him gain an upper hand again, so I squeeze my thighs tightly around his hips, holding on as I roll the both of us over, grappling for dominance. Once we're turned, his arms come up, but I use my left arm to hold it down while my right arm comes up, connecting with his jaw. He's dazed, and I reach back, smacking him across the jaw once more, punching him so he'll stay down. Without warning, he lurches up, smacking his face into my nose, which gives a sickening crack. I let out a scream, blood pouring from my nose. Faisal grabs me by the shoulders while I'm distracted, throwing me behind himself as he scrambles to his feet, crouched down low in a fighting stance. We circle each other, panting and gasping for air, our steps heavy. He's not making a move, and I look for an opening. Blood drips down from a cut on my head, and I wipe my eyes. While I'm momentarily distracted, he rushes me, slamming me against the opposite wall. Drawing his hand back, he slams a fist into my cheek, followed by an uppercut to the jaw. I can feel the way my cheek crunches that the bone is broken. Distantly, I hear Aster pleading, begging us to stop, begging Fiesel to get off me, but I can't let him go. If I let him go now, he might try to take her and run. My brain is fuzzy from the repeated blows, and I shake it to clear it. I hold my fists up, protecting my face from his fists. Vaishuu! Aster screams, and I turn my head to check on her. Fiesel takes the opportunity to sucker punch me squarely in the gut, making me double over. While I'm down, he drives his knee into my face once again, then slams me to my knees on the stone floor. I cry out as the pain travels up my thighs. I'm losing the fight right now, and I don't know if I can continue on much longer, so I have to do something. I have to stop this before I'm too weak to help Aster or protect her from Fiesel's intentions. Stop! I roar. Stop! Vaishuu has reinstated me as captain of the outpost. Fiesel's eyes flash red. Lies, he accuses me. He spits out a mouthful of blood, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. You were never worthy of such an honor. You would say anything to get the position back, but I'm the leader of the outpost. You abandoned your duty. Through injury, I insist, staggering to my feet once more. I was unable to return and did so the moment I could. I know that you lie, Fiesel insists, fist shooting forward to hit me once again. I block it with my arm, then grab his wrist and force it downward behind his back. Enough! I glance over to see Aster hugging the wall with her body, trembling from head to toe. If you continue to fight me, I will view it as an act of mutiny and have you stripped of your rank and thrown into prison in Fort Marzu for treason. You can't do that. I won't let you. Try me. I stand up to my full height. I'm several inches taller than Fiesel and much stronger. He only gained the upper hand in our fight because I was distracted by my worry for Aster. I couldn't let him touch her. Fiesel looks me up and down for a long moment before slumping in my grip, holding his other hand up in surrender. Get out of here before I change my mind, I say with a snarl. Go! He turns tail and all but flees, and I sneer, glad to see him leave. I stand there for a moment, hands hanging loosely by my side as I heave in great gulps of air, trying to calm my racing heart. Vaishuu! Aster's voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn, watching as she flies towards me, colliding with my chest. 1,000 emotions rear up inside me as I wrap my arms around her, stroking her hair as she sobs into my chest. I'm glad to see her again, but I'm also worried what my men will think if they see us together. Not to mention how angry I feel that I almost lost my position because of her. I realize it's irrational to blame her, but it's easier than blaming myself for getting caught up in a fantasy world with her. I lean down and rest my cheek on the top of her head for a moment, letting myself hold on to her. I'm so relieved that she is safe, that I got here in time. My stomach rolls at recalling the way Fiesel touched her, putting his paws all over her like he had any right to her body. My mind whirs as I hold on to her, her arms coming up to hug around my waist. You shouldn't have come, I say, voice gruff to hide my fear. I had to, she says, pulling away. My heart aches, missing the way she felt in my arms. I needed to see you. You shouldn't have come, I repeat. It's dangerous for you, it was foolish. Vaishuu, she sighs my name. I came here for a reason. Why? That's the question that's been on my mind the second I saw her. Why in the name of Meinir is she here? I can't tell you here, she says, glancing around. Can we go somewhere private? Yes, I nod. I can take you to my room. You need tending to as well. She reaches up to touch my cheek, where Fiesel hit it, and I wince, the pain flaring up at the slightest caress. I'll live, I rasp out. She raises an eyebrow. You're in bad shape. He broke your nose, she says, pointing to the blood on my clothing. I know, but I need to get you to my rooms first. I don't want anyone else to see you. You're not safe as a human. Naga have the attitude that they can take whatever the gods offer, and they will view you as an offering, I point out. All right, she says, sighing. Take me to your room so I can help clean you up, and then I'll tell you why I'm here. But I get to clean you up first. Aster is still the same stubborn, hard-headed woman that I left. I'm glad that leaving her didn't turn her bitter and angry towards me. Without another word, I take her hand in mine and lead her out of the holding cells.
Chapter 22. Aster. My heart aches at the sight of him. I didn't know how much I missed him until that moment. Seeing him there, in front of me, covered in bruises and blood, is giving me flashbacks to the first time I saw him. You stupid idiot, I say, trembling. Stupid, stupid man. You shouldn't have fought him. He reaches up, brushing tears from my eyes. I was fine, he insists. You should have more faith in me. I am a trained soldier. No matter what he says, seeing him fighting like that still brought up so much anxiety. I chew my lip, saving my comments and focus instead on helping him to his room. He directs me through the camp, and we attract stares from some of the other soldiers, though no one approaches us. I'm relieved to see that horrible man is nowhere in sight. Vaishuu urges me into another building, this one just as utilitarian and plain as the last, and down a corridor to his room. Glancing around, I'm not surprised to see it stark, plain and neat as a pin. His bed is made perfectly, not a wrinkle in sight. There's nothing out of place. In fact, there's no decor at all. It's a striking contrast from my cave. Do you have any medical supplies? I ask, turning back to face him. Here. He pulls open a drawer at his desk and hands me a military-grade medical kit. I open it to find clean bandages, some kind of paste in a jar, and a sewing kit. Getting straight to work, I begin to clean him up, washing his face with the water from his wash basin. You're a mess, I murmur, wiping away the blood and using the paste to cover his wounds. He is more patient than I expect, letting me clean him up and bandage the worst of his injuries, including patching up his cheek, which is thankfully not broken like we both feared. His nose is still busted though, and I bandage it up best I can. Please don't get hurt again, I ask, sighing. You promised to explain why you were here, he says, grabbing my wrist as I turn to put the rest of the bandages away. I know. I move to sit next to him on the bed. I take a deep breath. After you left, I guess I had a vision, I explain. It felt like a vision. I think maybe your gods revealed information to me. Vaishuu stares at me, an eyebrow raised as though waiting for me to continue. So, I believe that the vision is significant. The vision showed me that the orcs are harvesting female humans for food, sex, and for their magic. It seems their shamans have discovered that some of the female humans have powers that have been dormant for a few generations, but they're beginning to emerge. Vaishu's face is neutral, giving me nothing to go on, so I continue. The orcs are coming for the Naga first, because you're strong, but don't have magic. If they defeat you, they can then take on the dark elves and their magic next. They won't stop until they've conquered the planet. I had to warn you. I finish, nearly breathless, trying to get it all out. When he doesn't say anything, I begin to worry. Please believe me, Vaishuu. I know this all sounds so crazy, but you have to believe me. I wouldn't lie to you. You expect me to believe this outlandish story? He asks, face contorting into a sneer. This is ridiculous nonsense. My heart squeezes in my chest at his words, but strangely, I can almost taste the lie behind them. Vaishuu, I know this seems unbelievable, but deep down, I think you do believe me. I can sense it from you. Utter bilge, he counters, but his eyes search mine anyway, as though looking for evidence that what I say is true. I reach out and take his hand in mine. I know you're scared. Before I can finish, he snatches his hand away, posture stiffening. But it's okay to be scared, I add quickly. That's what I was trying to say. I'm scared too. There's nothing wrong with healthy fear, as long as you listen to it and not act on it impulsively. You can't let it rule you either. Vaishuu stands and paces the room. Fear is weakness, he says, voice nearly cracking. I've always been taught that. You must not let yourself feel fear, Vaishuu, he says, as though quoting his parents. Fear is only for those too weak to survive. No. I shake my head. Not at all. Letting yourself fear isn't weakness. It's strength. Being strong is feeling the fear and facing it anyway. Fear is our body's way of dealing with danger. When I first arrived in the forest, I was scared and all alone. But I didn't let my fear stop me from building a life for myself there. I learned how to conquer my fear. Vaishuu stops pacing and faces me, his eyes narrowed. Do you really think I'm letting my fear rule me? Yes, I say, trembling, but pushing onward. I think you're scared that I'm right, and you're trying to push me away because you're scared of what it might mean. I am a Naga warrior. I fear nothing, he says, hood standing full around his head, but I can sense that he's caving. What's so wrong with worrying? You need to let go of the idea that fear makes you weak. I stand up as well and face him. Am I not strong? You're the strongest human I've ever met, he answers honestly. And yet I was so terribly afraid of you when we first met. A strange look crosses his face briefly before he schools his features into a neutral expression once more. I learn that there's nothing to fear from you. He shifts, crossing his arms. I don't understand where you're getting the idea that there's nothing to fear from me. I am a captain of the guard. But you never hurt me, I point out. You're not a physical threat to those who don't deserve it. You protected me from that other Naga who was trying to hurt me. I can see I'm wearing him down. He casts his eyes downward, taking in a deep breath. You don't think I'm weak for being afraid, that if your visions are true, it means a war is inevitable. Maybe the war doesn't have to be inevitable, I say cautiously. We can figure out how to stop it before it starts. I don't think I'm afraid of war, Vaishuu says slowly. If I was to name what I am most afraid of, it would be that you got caught in the crossfire. Not with you to protect me. I shake my head, a tentative smile creeping up. I don't fear anything with you around. He puffs his chest out at this, straightening up. Of course you shouldn't. I can take on any threat. I dispatched 6 orcs with barely a scratch. I remember that a little differently, but I refrain from pointing it out. Vaishuu finally steps towards me and takes me in his arms, holding me close to him. I'm glad you came here, he says in a soft voice. I missed you. I didn't realize how much I would miss you until I was gone. I missed you too. I thought I would never see you again. Perhaps the gods are guiding our fate, Vaishuu speculates. Drawing us together. I know you're special. You're special too. It was because of our time spent together that my senses grew heightened and made it so that I could see clearly and sense when you were in danger. Yes, Vaishuu nods. Clearly our fates have been intertwined by the gods. He moves us over to his bed to lie down on it, holding me close to him. I can't let you leave again. You know that, right? I know. I'm sure it violates some protocol for me coming into the outpost. It's not that. Vaishuu nuzzles into my neck, and I can feel his tongue dart out and scent my skin. It's because I can't walk away from you again. Oh, I didn't expect this from him. Really? Yes. Vaishuu reaches out, cupping my stomach with his large hand. I don't think you understand how much being with you changed me. I didn't want to admit it, but it did. You made me see things in a new perspective. I was unable to realize it before, but I was lonely. I go still, listening. As the captain, I thought that all I needed was my work. I hadn't taken a day off just about ever. And I didn't realize how tired I was, how burned out I felt until I was forced to rest. I had convinced myself I didn't need anyone or anything else in my life but my job. Having him open up to me like this is a huge step for him. And then I saw you. I saw the way you live, how you woke when you wanted, slept when you wanted, and did what you wanted. And you were happy. I realized that despite everything, I had convinced myself I was fine, but I wasn't happy. I turn over to face him, holding his hands in mine. You had nothing but yourself out there, he continues. No orders, no other humans, but you had a life. I realized I also had a life, but I wasn't really living. With a deep breath, he closes his eyes, and I see a single tear leak out, dripping down his cheek. I reach up and brush it away. I don't think I can go back to my normal life anymore, knowing there is so much more out there. He leans down and kisses the top of my head, and I hug him. No more needs to be said between us right now. For now, it's enough to just be together.
Chapter 23. Vaishuu. We lay together for a quarter hour before there is a pounding on my door. I'm instantly on the alert, jumping up to open it when the door is splintered open. I bare my fangs. Whoever did that will pay for destroying my door. Several of my lieutenants and Tisar Fizel himself stand there, fangs bared, eyes flashing red, the scent of bloodlust in the air. Aster hides behind me, peeking from around my broad shoulders, and I push her back so they aren't focused on her. "Can I help you?" I ask, gritting my teeth. "You've been distracted and unfocused ever since you got back," Lieutenant Saju says, crossing his arms. "And you attacked Teaser," Jada adds, glancing at the man himself, who is still looking worse for wear. "Aster has patched me up, but he looks like he's been stewing since our fight." "I demand her head," Faisal says, his hood at full attention. "Anyone that causes such emotion in a warrior is a threat and must be eliminated. And if you choose her, then you can no longer be considered a warrior." I clench my hands into fists, barely containing my fury. "I am more honorable, more of a true Naga warrior than you will ever be, Tisar Fizel." I step into his space, crowding him so the other men are forced to step back. "I will not be threatened, and I will not let you threaten her." "You are no longer fit to be captain," Faisal roars. "I challenge you to a duel. Winner will be captain of the guard." I glance at my men who are all nodding in agreement. If it must be so, then I will fight Fizel to the death to protect my position. No one here is more qualified than I to lead these men, and I will not have them questioning me. "Name the time and place," I say, voice low and deep. "1 hour." "The training grounds," Fizel spits out. "Agreed." I reach out and Fizel grasps my arm with his, squeezing unnecessarily hard before the men all take off, leaving me alone in the room with Aster once more. "You're really going to fight him?" Aster asks as soon as they're gone. She presses her face to my chest like she can keep me rooted to the spot. "Yes," I nod. "I have to. It's more than a matter of honor for me. If I don't do this, you're in danger. They see you as a threat to my mental state. If they question my mental state, they might not even give me the option of leaving the outpost. I could simply be killed, and then you would be alone to face them." Aster squeezes me tightly. "I don't like this." I can feel her heart beating in her chest and taste her fear. "I wish you didn't have to do this. I just patched you up. You're not in the right shape to fight. Plus, you just recovered recently from your battle with the orcs." "I can handle it," I assure her. "The Naga are built for withstanding fighting. Our scales are like an extra layer of armor. The fight with Fizel was a mess because I let my emotions get the better of me." Aster still doesn't look convinced, so I pick her up and carry her to the bed. "I'll stay here with you until the duel," I offer. I sit next to her, wrapping an arm around her so she's pressed to my chest. "I don't want you to worry," I add, stroking her long hair. "You have nothing to fear. I'm one of the strongest warriors in the guard." "I don't care for violence," she says, shuddering. "I find it hard to watch people fight." "You don't have to come. You can stay here in my room until it's over," I suggest. "No," she says, shaking her head. "I'm not going to stand by while you're out there. I will be by your side, supporting you." We spend the rest of the hour in silence until it's time for me to go get ready. I stand up and she follows, holding my hand while we make our way to the training arena. It's large, almost the size of the arenas in Marzala, and used for sparring lessons and combat practice. I let go of Aster's hand and nudge her towards the stands. "Go. Sit up there, but be wary of any who sit near you. Protect yourself." "I'll do my best," Aster promises, and she pulls my head down to kiss me. The Naga around us jeer and make lewd comments, but I ignore them. After this fight, I will have their respect once again, and they won't dare touch Aster. Glancing around at my options, I begin to put on armor and assemble my weapons. I walk into the arena with my head held high. I receive many taunts and jeers, but a good amount of cheers and well wishes, which surprises me. I stand in the center, waiting for Fiesel to enter. When he does, the entire stadium erupts into cheers and applause. It seems most are on his side for now. I'm not surprised. He's patched up and looks well ready for the fight. I grimace. It's almost no holds barred when it comes to Naga fights. We're a proud, vicious race, especially the warriors. I glance over at the stands to see Aster staring back with a furrowed brow and a worried expression in her eyes. Turning back, I try not to think about her and focus all my attention on this fight. I won't let anyone or anything distract me this time. Fiesel needs to learn his place. We face each other squaring off. There's room to fight here, so I know that neither of us will hold back. I see the hard glint in Fiesel's eyes as he raises his battle axe, preparing to take me out. I hold my sword aloft, watching his every move as we slowly circle each other, looking for an opening. With a mighty roar, Tizar rushes at me, axe raised to bring it down on my head. He screams, face contorted with rage, bringing the weight down, but I shove my sword up, blocking his swing with enough force to make him pivot. As he's pivoting, I slice my sword across his exposed back, causing him to cry out and flail forward, falling to the ground. Before I can attack him, though, he jumps to his feet and pulls out a sword from his belt, holding a weapon in each hand. With practiced grace, he dodges my sword strike and gets under me, landing a blow to my shoulder which forces me to my knees. I flip myself backwards as he swings around to plant his foot in my chest, barely avoiding it, and he hisses, shooting his venom at me. Naga have the ability to secrete venom from their fangs, but only do so in dire circumstances, so while it's an acceptable fighting tactic, it's considered fairly dirty. When the venom lands on my chest strap, dissolving it away, a crowd of boos rise up. "You want to fight dirty?" I ask, shrugging off the breastplate that was now barely hanging on. "Bring it." I beckon him with my sword. He flies at me, feet first, forcing me to awkwardly jump back and roll away. I get down low when he comes at me once again, and I manage to strike a blow to his foot, sending him hopping backwards, screaming and cursing at me. Jumping up, I swing my sword at him, but he turns at the last minute, using his body to fling me to the ground, and then rushes forward, kicking me in the stomach once more. I'm unprotected now that I had to get rid of my breastplate, and I let out a grunt of pain, still not fully recovered from the blow to the same area earlier. As I'm trying to get up, he continues his assault, kneeing my stomach and then continuing the momentum to connect with my broken nose. I scream out and feel blood pouring from it once more. I can't let him win. I see him swinging his axe down straight for my head. Only at the last second do I manage to hold him off with my sword, pushing back with all my strength. He's got the upper hand right now, and he forces his weight down on me, the axe blade getting closer and closer to my face. I leverage my elbow, socking him in the face with it so it forces him to move backwards, and I kick my foot out, shoving him back further. He swings his axe down again, but I roll out of the way this time, and when he twists to swing the sword in his other hand, I lunge forward, tackling him at the knees and shove him to the ground, getting my sword against his throat. "I shall end you," I declare, my blind rage consuming me. Sweat drips down my face as I take in great gulps of air. "Go ahead," Faisal shouts back over the roar of the crowd. "But I hope your little whore is worth it. If she's got a taste for Naga tail, perhaps you're right in bringing her here so she can experience all that there is to offer." I raise my sword, intending to slice his head off when something catches me in the corner of my eye. I glance up, seeing Aster with her eyes closed, mouthing a silent prayer. My mind flashes back to our conversation about the value of life. She wouldn't want this. Even if Fiesel is a bastard, Aster wouldn't want him to die. I can't bring myself to kill him in front of my mate. My mate? I realize in that moment that yes, I've stopped thinking of Aster as some attractive human useful for a temporary distraction, and think of her as my mate. I stand up, stepping away from Faisal. I declare Aster as my mate. And on behalf of my mate, Aster, I, Captain Vaishuu Sar, declare that I will pardon Tisar Faisal, I shout. Aster's eyes fly open, and all I see through the crowd is those crystal blues, tears pooling inside. She looks shocked, but the truth is I respect her views too much to act the boorish, brainless warrior, like Faisal. I need to be someone worthy of being by her side. I will need to return to the fort now, with Aster to talk to the commander and let him know. Even if it means I lose my job, the only important thing to me anymore is her.
Chapter 24. Aster. I don't know exactly what Vaishu's words mean, that I am his mate and pardoning Faisal, but I could feel it inside of me when he looked up at me and declared his intentions. It is significant, like a marriage proposal, I think. My heart is heavy, and my eyes are full of tears that I have to wipe away. I don't know exactly what will happen next, but I can't help feeling grateful that I will have Vaishuu by my side. Unable to wait a minute longer, I rush down the wooden steps and onto the training grounds, straight for Vaishuu, and throw myself at him. He picks me up and spins me around, kissing me fiercely. When we finally break apart, I notice that much to my surprise, the other Naga no longer look at us with hostility. What is happening? I glance around, still keeping myself close to Vaishuu. You're my mate. You are given the same level of respect and protection that I am now. Our society is based on a deep level of respect and trust for tradition, so everyone recognizes you as such. I'm touched by his words. You won't have to worry about anyone trying to harm you again. Even if I'm not around, none of my men will harm my mate, nor let harm come to you. With a full heart, I slip my hand into his. Let's get you patched up again. And please, in the name of Mynir, stop breaking your nose, I add. Vaishuu chuckles, and we walk back to his room, where he shakes his head at his broken door. They will pay for breaking it, he growls. I can't help the little amused smile that creeps onto my face. Hush. I walk over to get out the medical kit once more. Let me patch up my mate. Ah, yes. He forgets the door to come over and pick me up to hug me again, holding me tight. My mate, my Priya, he purrs. What is that word? Oh, Priya means beloved. It's a term of endearment. He says it so casually, but I can all but taste how nervous he is to use it. I love that. What shall I call you? I ask. You can call me Lapa, he offers, or Droga. They both mean my one above all other, but Lapa is more gender neutral. Droga is a masculine nickname. Droga it is, I smile. My Droga. My Priya, he answers, holding my hands in his. We hold each other's gaze for a long moment before he breaks away. I think you should patch me up so we can get ready to leave. Leave? We need to go to Marzullah, where I'm from. I have to talk to Commander Vaishuu, to tell him about us. Oh? I feel my heartbeat increase. Yes, but don't worry. The commander has a human mate as well. I nod, heart calming. That's interesting. So he also met and mated with a human. Yes, her name is Ava, and she's pregnant with his child. I consider this. Would Vaishuu and I have a child together? What would they look like? I'm caught up in my thoughts as I clean him up, considering what the future might look like. When I finish, he looks a bit less worse for wear, but still fairly banged up. No more fights, Droga, I tease him. You can't break your nose again or you'll have a crooked nose. Worth it, he says with a casual air. It saved you, didn't it, Preya? I shiver at the nickname, feeling a pulse of arousal travel down my body. Ah, he smirks. I can taste that, but we don't have time, my Preya. We need to leave before dark. Vaishuu makes the arrangements, and we're setting off for Marzullah within the hour, heading straight for the fort. I'm nervous about this journey. I have spent very limited time with others, in many, many years, and the Naga make me nervous. I haven't been around many with the exception of Vaishuu and Fiesel, one of whom tried to harm me. Still, there is one thing to be grateful for. I will soon be meeting another human woman. It's difficult to be the only human, not to mention the only human surrounded by all the intimidating Naga warriors here. We travel by Hokin, Vaishuu, riding in the saddle behind me. You should relax. Ava is a kind woman, Vaishuu says, arms around me to keep me steady on his Hokin's back. I can smell your nerves, and there's no reason to worry, Priya. The nickname sends a shiver of joy down my spine, which helps me to relax. I picture meeting another human and shake my head. I've been isolated for so long that it almost doesn't seem real that there are even other humans out there. We arrive at the city within a few hours, and someone rushes out to greet us. Hello? The tiny human woman has a mane of unruly curls and is heavily rounded with child, as Vaishuu mentioned. She practically grabs the reins of our Hokin herself and pulls us into the fort. I'm so excited to meet another human, she says, nearly dancing around in glee. When I dismount, she grabs me in a tight embrace. My name is Ava. I'm Commander Furzu's mate. Nice to meet you, Ava. I feel a little stiff, having gone so long without human interaction. I'm Asta. I so look forward to getting to know you. She squeezes me again before releasing me. Come, follow me. I'll show you to your rooms, she insists, pressing us onward. She's smaller than I am, but she's got a fierce edge to her, like one of the woodland rabbits. We follow her to a clean, plainly decorated guest room inside one of the buildings. All the architecture here is so stark and plain, I note. It's so different from my cave. Isma will be with us for dinner tonight. You'll dine with us in the officers' mess, she says, a hand on her belly. For now, just relax. You're both a mess. She's very blunt, surprisingly. Is that something she picked up being around the Naga, or is she just like that normally? Vaishuu takes my hand, sensing my unease. I am happy to meet Ava, but it's very overwhelming for someone who spent most of their life alone. Ava leaves and we unpack, intending to stay for a few days. I don't have much in the way of clothing, as I rush to find the outpost without bringing any of my things, but I help Vaishuu unpack at least. I think you're going to like the commander, Vaishuu says. He's a proud man but straightforward. At dinner, one of the Naga escorts us to the officers' mess, where it's set up for a private meal. Hello. The man I presume is Commander Furzu stands at attention, greeting us as we come in. Ava stands next to him looking excited as she rocks on the balls of her feet. Welcome. Furzu is tall, even taller than Vaishuu, and looks incredibly strong. Ava is practically the size of a child next to him. They usher us to sit down, and some of the soldiers serve us food. It's delicious, and even better, the first meal I've had in who knows how long that I don't have to prepare myself. I drink the offered wine as well. It does the job of relaxing me even more until Vaishuu speaks up. We have something we need to discuss with you. He gets down to business straight away as soon as we're done eating. He steeples his fingers together. Asta is my mate. I declared her as my mate today after I was forced to duel the former Captain Fiesel when he threatened to harm her. I had a feeling this would happen. Furzu nods. You know I don't have an issue with this. I would be a hypocrite if I did. I do like how straightforward Furzu is, and I feel more comfortable revealing my news. I take a deep breath. There's more. I speak up. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I had a vision that we think came from the gods, a terrible vision that the orcs are planning something big. I look down at my plate, trembling. Go on. Ava reaches out and squeezes my hand. They are harvesting human females. For food, for sexual gratification, and worst of all, they have discovered that some women are regaining long-dormant powers. They want to get a hold of those who show their powers emerging and use them to conquer all of Protheka. Furzu and Ava both stare at me, stunned looks on their faces. By the gods, Ava murmurs. I pull my hand back, anxiety bubbling up. Please don't fear. We believe you. Ava glances at Vaishuu, who nods in agreement. You were right in bringing this to our attention. We will figure out what to do about it. They reassure me that I did a good job in coming to them, and that they fully believe me. Vaishuu takes Vaishuu to his study, and Ava takes me for a nighttime stroll in the gardens. It's good to no longer be the only human here, she admits, resting her hand on her belly. Though it's strange that the only other human is also in love with a Naga, she adds with a chuckle. I suppose, yes, I agree, smiling. I was alone until I met Vaishuu. I was a captive of the orcs, Ava reveals. That's one of the reasons I was quick to believe you. The orcs had taken a great number of us human women prisoners. Isma's men came and rounded us up, brought us back here. He thought I might have been a double agent at first. Vaishuu thought the same, I exclaim. I think it must be a Naga thing to be inherently suspicious. Indeed, Ava giggles, but we won them over in the end. Yes, we did. I think back to how my stubbornness had gotten through to Vaishuu and wonder if it was the same for Ava. In the end, our feminine wiles made them fall for us. Ava laughs at my joke, and we continue chatting and bonding for the rest of the evening. I go to bed feeling as though I made my first human friend.
Chapter 25. Vaishuu. The last thing I ever expected to discuss with the commander is our mutual relationships with human women. To be fair, stranger things have happened these past few weeks. He brings me to his office, passing me a bottle of amber liquid. It's whiskey. Have some. I pour myself a glass as he writes something down at his desk. So, you declared Oster your mate? Isma asks, looking up after a few minutes. He tilts his head, raising one eyebrow. Yes. I sit in a chair near the warm fire, my glass of whiskey in hand. I didn't think I would be doing it, especially not this soon, but it felt right. When I looked at her, I realized I was already thinking of her as my mate. It was fairly quickly for me with Ava as well, Isma reveals. I think there was just something about her that kept drawing me to her. I couldn't stay away. Her stubbornness kept making me want to challenge her. For me, even though deep down I knew I should have left before I did, I didn't want to leave her either. At first, I convinced myself it was because I needed to ensure she wasn't a spy or an agent of the orcs. But she had ample opportunity to harm me while I was injured, and she didn't. Didn't ask any questions either. Just kept making sure I got better. And her tenacity wore you down, Isma adds, guessing correctly. I nod. So, what are your intentions now? He gets right to the heart of it. Are you going to stay by her side? I know what he's asking. I don't want to have to choose, but I will have to. I know what it's like to feel conflicted, Isma reassures me. I didn't know what to do about Ava either. I had to decide, duty or love. But answering the call of fate is as important as fighting and defending our people. With a sigh, I nod. The cosmos has spoken to me. It put Aster in my path. It led the two of us together. I can't avoid the fate of the gods. I think I have to. If I don't, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what could have been. And to be truthful, I don't think I can go back to my old life so easily. I know what you mean. Ava brought something to my life I didn't know I was missing. I was very focused on work, and I decided that taking a mate or having a family was out of the question for me. For me, it wasn't even that I dismissed the idea of having a mate. It was that the thought never even occurred to me. You know, I haven't taken a day off in nearly the entire time I've served. Isma nods, tapping his glass with a finger before taking a sip. I didn't even think about wanting a day off, I add. You've been extremely loyal, he agrees, but it's okay to want more out of life than our military service. I'm starting to see that. I sip from my glass. Aster is unlike anyone I've ever met before. She lives so freely, so abundantly. She made a home for herself deep in the forest, and it wasn't just a place to live like we have here in Marzula. It was a true home. Ava brings life to our home as well, Isma nods. I can understand why you can't go back to living how you were. I can't either. I can't even imagine a life without her now. And our child. You're a lucky man. You'll make a good father. Better than my own, I hope, he says with a tight smile. My father was harsh and demanding, as was mine. Perhaps it's time we usher in a new way of life for our children, for our people. Isma taps his glass again as he tilts his head, chewing over the thought. All I know is that if I were to have children, I will give them the freedom to experience all that life has to offer, and not push them into service like I was pushed, I declare. My life was empty before. I thought my value was in what I did and how I served, in the ranks I earned. We are a proud race, Isma agrees, taking another sip. But the gods want us to enjoy life as well. They gave us Protheka to enjoy it, not to live our lives merely fighting to hold on to it. They would want us to embrace all the riches of their blessing. I concur. We chat for a while longer while the question I'm dying to ask looms over my head. I'm afraid to ask it, but I can't leave the conversation without knowing. Commander, I say when there's a lull in the conversation. I need to ask you something. Speak freely, Vaishuu. He waves his glass at me, indicating for me to continue. I have to know, now that I've declared Aster as my mate. What does this mean for my position as captain of Outpost #5? Isma sighs and crosses his legs, curling his tail around his feet. I knew you were going to ask me that. I could sense it was on your mind. Am I going to stay the captain? Yes. I breathe a sigh of relief. And no. My head snaps up and I narrow my eyes at him. Which is it? I demand. You will retain your title, Isma says, ignoring my insubordination. But you will have to give up command of the outpost. This is not news I want to hear. I should be relieved I can keep my rank, but instead, I'm just angry. I worked very, very long and hard to get to where I am, and choosing Aster means I have to give it up. I feel dismayed and betrayed by my choices. It feels unfair. Commander Isma didn't have to give up his position when he took on his mate. The burning anger in my eyes must be patently evident, because the commander puts a hand on my arm. Vaishuu, this isn't a matter of honor, simply practicality, he says, voice even. By closing this door, you get to open another, one that the cosmos has set up for both you and your mate. I refrain from arguing, and instead I take a deep breath and give myself over to the commander, letting myself listen to him before saying anything further. Given the information that your mate Aster has brought to us, it is now essential that you stay at the fort. I think I understand his thought process, but I remain silent, letting him continue. If the orcs are indeed planning on attacking our people and harnessing the power of some of the humans, there will be much work to do. It's vital that you are part of this, not just because of Aster's visions, but because you are one of the most capable men in my command to aid in our fight. I feel as though my anger rushes out of me in one fell swoop. Of course, that makes perfect sense to me. Not only is it best that you stay here, it's important that you are able to protect your mate. Both our mates are human, and it's much safer for them to be in one of the most well-guarded places in Nagaland right now. Without a doubt. I nod. Then it's settled. Take this next week to pack your things up and put your affairs in order. I will instate someone you deem capable as captain of Outpost #5, and you will move here with Aster. Perhaps it's time to think about building a real home in Marzala. I ponder this. The last time I had a home here, I was under the harsh dominion of my parents. I didn't expect to have a home here ever again. I think that perhaps Aster would like to live near Ava, I suggest. I think so too. They seem as though they will get along well, Isma smiles. Ava is a Spitfire, so I'm sure she's already planning on having a house next door to your mate and raising our whelps together. That is something I had never ever considered, but I think it over now. I like the idea of having a child or two with Aster. She would make a wonderfully warm, nurturing dam for our children. Would I be able to match her? I don't want to be cold and distant like my father. Isma chuckles at the look of fear on my face. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. The two of you can discuss that all much later, he says. For now, let's enjoy our drinks and go over all the information we have about the orc threat that's happening. We go back through the information from Aster's visions once more, and I provide as much detail as I can from what she had told me. The two of us also discuss who else might need to know this information, agreeing that, for now, it was best to minimize those who know for Aster's protection. Ending the evening with firm plans for the next few days, I stand up, stretching out so I can leave and find my mate. I smile at the fact that Aster is my mate now. We will need to plan our bonding ceremony. I don't know what will happen next, whether there will be a war between the orcs and the Naga, or if we will be able to stop it. I don't know if I'll adjust to giving up command of my outpost. All I know is that I have Aster by my side now, and that is more than enough.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 26. Aster. Come, we're going to spend the day in the town, Ava says, knocking on our door early in the morning. I'm already awake, sipping the tea Vaishuu left me. We discussed moving to the fort last night. He was going to be spending the day putting our affairs in order and arranging to bring his things from the outpost. He'll also send 2 of his most trusted men to fetch my things from my cave and bring them to our new home. I am grateful for that. My home is far away from Marzula, and we probably are safer staying here for now, with the looming threat over our heads. He assures me he will make sure the men are careful with my loom and will find a way to get my bed out of the cave. I spent a long time on it, so I'm glad I don't have to leave it behind. Vaishuu told me that the love and care I put into my home had been one of the first things that had drawn him to me. He admires how lively I made my space, so different from the stark practicality of the Naga. He says he knew it would have crushed me to leave all my things behind. I'm happy to be with Vaishuu, so I'm touched by his care and consideration. Do you have any other clothing to change into? Ava asks, seeing me in my clothes from yesterday. I shake my head. I left my home in the forest quickly to bring news to Vaishuu with nothing but the clothes on my back. I let her know. Well, that's the first thing we'll do today. We'll go visit the merchant stalls and get you some clothes to wear while you're here until the rest of your things arrive. Her mate must have talked to her about us moving here as well. Thank you. I nod at her, unsure how I will pay her back. I didn't need money in the forest and have none. Don't worry about the money either, Ava says, taking my hand in hers. Vaishuu gave Isma money for you to spend today. He's a captain, so he's paid well for his position. How odd, I murmur. I never thought of him as being well off. It was strange to get used to being with someone who had money for me too, Ava says, climbing into the carriage that will take us to town. I follow behind, curious what travelling by carriage is like. I'd never ridden inside one before. Turns out it's quite a bit nicer than travelling by Hokenbach, much less bumpy. Is this how you travel everywhere? I ask, smoothing a hand over the carriage seat. Isma insists on it, Ava says. He's very protective of me. Vaishuu is the same, I say. He's not even letting me go back to my home in the forest to get my things. He's sent 2 of his best men to do it for me. I think that because they're fierce Naga warriors, they think that humans are weak, which is absurd, Ava says, shaking her head. At least Isma knows I'm not weak. She chuckles. At my confused look, she continues. We met at the site of the orc camp, where I was a captive, like I mentioned. What I didn't tell you is that we met directly after I slayed the orc leader himself, with an orc axe. What? How? I look her over. She can't be more than 5 feet at most. I don't know, exactly. Just that something inside me compelled me to pick up the axe and swing. I did it once more too. Maybe you've got emerging powers, I suggest. Like mine. I don't think it's just the visions either. I feel connected to the cosmos when I look at them, as if they speak to me. Wow. Ava looks at me with wide eyes. When did you first notice this? I'm not sure, I say, shaking my head. I don't really remember where they came from. I don't even remember where I came from. All I can do for now is listen and try to understand what they're saying to me. Maybe one day you'll remember, Ava suggests. I like that idea. Have you noticed any fighting abilities? She asks. Not really, no, I think back. The only thing I seem to be able to do is commune with the stars. I've never fought anyone before. Ava looks disappointed in this. Maybe my power is superior strength, she jokes. Yours is mental prowess. I would be useless in a fight, I agree, joking back. I'll leave that up to the tiny warrior. Hey, Ava grins. I'm only tiny next to giants like our mates. Why are the Naga all so tall? I complain. They're intimidating. We continue to joke about their size and how unfair it is until we reach the city. Ava takes me first to the bathhouse, and we have a nice long soak, meeting up with her friend Asha and a few other Naga women. Good to meet you, Asta. Asha bows her head to me. She's tall and lovely and very lithe in her movements. I find her ethereal. Nice to meet you as well. I nod my head in an imitation of her graceful bow. Asta has no clothing with her. She had to leave it behind in a hurry. We need to get her some clothes to wear, and she's moving to the fort with Captain Vaishuu. She's his mate. Ava is chatty and open with the women. I'm not sure how to feel about having my personal affairs bandied about, but I don't sense any ill intent from Ava. Maybe she's just lonely for human company. Asha smiles and it soothes the anxiety. Very good for our captain. I always thought he worked himself too hard. The other Naga women murmur their agreement. Captain Vaishuu was going to work himself to death if you hadn't come into his life, another says, patting my arm. As long as he's happy, we are supportive. It's nice to be around others, I decide as we start shopping. I'd been alone so long that I didn't know how much I needed the friendship these women are offering. Ava helps me pick out several dresses and clothing essentials, along with some things they think would be good for a home in the fort. Thank you, I say as the 2 of us head back to the fort at the end of the day. Thank you so much. Absolutely, Ava says, sitting up with a hand on her belly. You and I are going to be like sisters. I can feel it. You don't have to worry about fitting in. Asha and the other women are going to have your back. I feel honoured to have met you, I say, being frank. I was so alone, and I didn't even think I needed anyone. Now I have not only Vaishuu in my life, but female companions. Any time, Ava promises. We'll spend as much time together as possible before the baby comes. Do you know what you're having? Ava shakes her head. Not yet. We'll find out when they get here, she says, rubbing her belly. I glance at her, a little envy bubbling up. Would I like to have children with Vaishuu? I'm not sure yet. All right, we're here, Ava says, indicating the building in front of us. Is this your house? I ask, taking it in. It's a whitewashed building, made up of square walls and narrow, tall windows. It's very clean and practical looking. No, Ava shakes her head, lips twitching. It's yours. Really? I reach out and touch the wall closest to me. There's a small courtyard out front, with stone benches, and I walk over and sit down, experiencing it. This is mine? Yes. Isma said that Vaishuu was going to buy this place for you. He told him last night while they were in his office. It's right next to our house. Wow. I'm so happy that tears fill my eyes. That's exciting. Have a good night. She hugs me once more. I'll come get you tomorrow morning for a walk. We can plan your bonding ceremony. Bonding ceremony? Your wedding to the captain, she clarifies. Naga like to commit quickly after declaring their mates. I glow as I think about bonding with Vaishuu, and she promises to help me plan before Ava takes off for her own home. When I go inside, I think I'm alone at first, but then I feel Vaishu's arms wrap around me from behind, and he rests his chin on my head. Hello, Priya, he says. I turn, looking up at him. Do you like our home? I love it, I say, eyes filled with tears once more. It's perfect. Shall I show you around? I nod and he takes my hand. This is the living space where we can invite people over. I'm sure you and Ava will spend a lot of time in here. There's a kitchen in the back with a fireplace and a wood-burning stove. He takes me by the hand, leading me deeper into the house. Here will be our room, and there is room for children, of course, he says, showing me how he picked this place for our future family. The idea warms my heart. How was your day? I ask, standing in the empty bedroom with him. Good. I managed to arrange for all our things to be delivered here by the end of the week, he says. And you? I spent the day in town with Ava, I say, though he knows that. I like her. I haven't had a friend before. We talked about how we both have shown signs of powers. Neither of us know how and why we got them yet, though. And our powers seem so different from each other. Interesting, he murmurs. I suppose in a world such as this, it is the only power we have. Not the only power, he says lasciviously, grabbing me with his tail.
Chapter 27. Vaishuu. I twist my tail up around her ankle, winding it up and around her leg, until it reaches her most hidden spot, brushing over her sex. I can feel her growing wetter for me as she watches me through hooded eyes, unconsciously shifting so her thighs spread wider. Shall we bless our new home? I ask, smirking widely. Yes. She never breaks her gaze from mine as she steps closer to me, running her hands up my chest and slipping them over my shoulders to bring my head down, kissing me deeply. She opens her mouth straight away, giving me free rein, letting me in to dominate her mouth with mine. One of the things I enjoyed most about Aster is how she lets me take control so willingly. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Oh, gods, she says. I look up, loving the glassy look in her eyes and how weak in the knees I made her. Are you ready for more? I ask, a feral grin on my face. We have many more rooms to bless. I lift her up, carrying her to our bedroom. It's still bare, but I don't mind taking her on the stone floor. I planned ahead and brought a few blankets and furs that I had laid out. You're prepared, she murmurs as I lower her into the nest, It reminds me of the nest of blankets and furs in her cave, only this time we get to share it. I don't think I would have minded sleeping on her floor as much if she had been there with me. I wanted to make this place a home, for us. I know that a home for you is more than just the walls and the furniture, and yes, I wanted to bless our new home. I wink at her. She sits up, throwing her arms around my neck to bring me down for a heated kiss. Our tongues tangle, and she pulls me down into the nest of blankets, rolling herself on top of me. "You spoil me, Vaishuu," she teases. "Only the best for my mate," I say, puffing my chest up a bit. "I love you," she says, holding my gaze. Her crystal blue eyes are looking at me with such intensity that I swear I can see the cosmos inside of them. "I love you too, Priya," I say back. I want her to hear the words. I want her to know, even if she already knows it. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We lay together for a long while, catching our breath. I know that we still have many more rooms to bless, but for now, I'm content to lay here with her in the bedroom. "Perhaps my seed will take root inside you," I suggest, curious about how she feels about this. "I want that," she admits, giving little kisses to my chest every so often. "I want children with you like Ava and Commander Vaishuu. I want to have a whole life with you." "Sounds good. Let's take care of this threat first, though," I say. "I want to have children, but I don't want to have to worry about you or them while we're fighting the orcs." "Okay," she says, smiling. "Sounds good. Until then, we can just keep practicing, right?" She sits up. Looks like she's ready for the next round. I grin and pull her to her feet, determined to bless every room in the house.
Chapter 28. Aster. I bat his hand away when he goes to pick me up this time. "I can walk," I insist, though I'm still just a bit weak from before. "I just want to spoil my mate," Vaishuu grumbles. "I've never had one before." "I know," I smile. "Fine, but this is a one-time thing, only because you've literally turned my legs into jelly." "Fair enough." He smirks and picks me up, carrying me into the kitchen where there's already a wooden island for cooking. He deposits me on top, standing in front of me. "So, what do you think I want you to do, little slut?" he asks, twirling a strand of hair around his fingers, tugging my head back. Maybe you want to give me a treat," I offer, biting my lip. "Treat? Yes," he draws out. "I definitely intend to give you a treat." He strokes over both of his lengths and I watch them harden, beads of fluid welling up at the tip. My mouth waters for him, and I look up, catching the way he smirks at the change in my scent. "Please, may I have a treat now?" I ask, batting my eyelashes. It doesn't work. Vaishuu is stubborn and likes to be in control. "No," he shakes his head. "I can't give you your treat. You have to earn it." "How?" I demand. He gives me a sharp look and I shrink back. I'm supposed to be good, obedient right now. It's hard, though, when all I want is to taste him in my mouth. "You're going to take 10 spanks," he says, pushing me to turn over on the wooden island. 10 hard spanks. Can you do that?" "Yes, master," I say, baring my backside for him and wiggling a bit so he knows I can be good. "Tell me how much you want it," he orders. I lick my lips and stick my bottom out further. "I want it. I want you to spank me," I beg, obeying him. Good girl, he says, and I hate how much it always makes me shiver, but it does. My toes curl in anticipation as he begins to smack me. Count them for me. 1, I yell, the sound of the smack ringing in my ear as my flesh goes red. The pain and pleasure mingle, taking me out of my own head and into some place warm and floaty. I can't get enough. 2. My behind is red and sore by the time he's done, each swat getting progressively harder. Tears slide down my cheeks, but my core quivers, on the verge of another wave. We're going to run out of energy before we run out of places to bless, I comment with a laugh. Vaishuu chuckles and lays me down before dropping down to lie next to me. You're insatiable, he says. I'm just doing my best to fulfill your needs, Priya. I roll my eyes. You're the one who is determined to bless every room in the house, I point out, poking him in the chest. He captures my hand and brings it up to kiss. I want the gods to know that I appreciate being granted their favour, not to mention that I thoroughly enjoy every second we spend together. Your body is incredible. Really? I look over my body now. I've always thought I was too plump. I have big everything. Big thighs, big chest, a belly. I love every part of your body, Priya. I love your big chest and your big thighs. I love that you have a belly. You took care of yourself so well. Living out there in the woods couldn't have been easy, but you not only survived, you thrived. I'm proud to have such a well-endowed mate. It will show that I'm a good provider too. I blush, his words making me feel a warm glow from within. I like your body too. You're tall and strong, built like a true warrior. Your scales feel so good whenever I touch them, so smooth and silky. And your tongue. I get turned on whenever I see you scent the air when I'm near. I can taste your scent, he says, sliding fingers down over my belly to cup it. I can taste it when you're happy or sad, when you're angry or scared. And I can tell when you're aroused. It tastes like divine nectar from the gods. I knew this somewhat, but knowing instinctively and hearing it are two different things. What else can you taste? Everything about you. Your scent is the first thing that drew me to you. Bleeding, helpless, dizzy. I didn't know where to turn or what to do, and somehow your scent was drawing me onward. Sounds like the gods were either smiling or laughing that day, I say, resting a hand on his chest. I can feel his heart beating. Something like that, he agrees. I was so angry to wake up to the sight of you. If only I had known what was to come. But maybe you weren't ready to know, I say, trying to discourage him from beating up his past self. You and I both know you might have seen it as a curse from the gods at first. Maybe. Or maybe I could have learned to appreciate you sooner. He nuzzles into me, and I can practically taste his own emotions. I wonder if that's part of my gifts, I murmur. What? Being around you has opened up my senses. I wonder if part of my power is being able to sense your emotions as well. It's possible. Or perhaps it's just that you're learning how to think like a Naga, he suggests, moving his hands lower. I'm too distracted by his fingers to continue this line of conversation, and I move my legs apart, letting him touch my slick folds, lightly moaning in encouragement. I want to make love to you, he says suddenly. I look up, tilting my head. We've been together so many times, he clarifies, but I've never taken the time to explore you. I want to show you how deeply I care about you. I want to take my time with you. I smile. I like that. He starts by tracing over my body with his fingers, mapping out every inch of my skin. The pads of his fingers are calloused from working and fighting.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
The thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough. Use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook. The worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 29. Asta. A month has gone by more quickly than anticipated. Ava helps me plan the mating ceremony in addition to helping me get settled into our new home. She takes me to town every day to look at food options and decorations, and even helped me find a seamstress to make me a dress for the occasion. I insist that I can just wear one I already have, but Ava says I need to wear something new, as it's a tradition for the Naga. In the end, I refrain from arguing with the tiny pregnant whirlwind, and she seems satisfied that I've caved. "Tomorrow is the day!" Ava sings, pulling me from my kitchen where I was attempting to prepare some sweet breads. I've gone a bit crazy in the kitchen now that I have access to more ingredients. Yes, I laugh, letting her tug me away. "I'm trying to finish this bread, it's for the wedding." "No, you need to have your last fitting of the dress," Ava insists. "We'll only be in town an hour tops, I promise." "Are you sure?" I ask. Sometimes Ava likes going to town just to get away from the base, especially now that she's so far along. She's restless now, says that the baby moves too much for her to sit still. "Promise," she repeats, crossing her fingers over her chest. I put the bread into a baking tray and cover it with a cloth, letting it rest to rise so we can leave for the trip into Marzula. Ava takes me to one of the little shops out of the way, where the seamstress awaits us. She's an older Naga woman with sharp eyes and a wicked set of fangs. I was intimidated by her at first, but she warmed up to me, and now she's one of my favourite people in the city. "Hello, yes. Get up on the stool, we've got to finalise your dress," she says, ushering me to take off my tunic dress. I strip down obediently and stand there in a shift and stays. "Good. Now help me with the dress, little human," she says to Ava. Ava helps Iressa bring the dress over to where I'm standing on the stool, and they drape it over my head, letting it flutter down. "Wow, you look amazing," Ava says, tearing up as I stand there in front of the gilded mirror. "Vaishuu is going to fall in love with you all over again." "Yes, very nice," Iressa says, pinning and poking me with her needles as she makes a few minor adjustments. "Perfect," Ava says, dabbing the tears from her eyes. I take the dress off and Iressa arranges to have it delivered that evening with one of her assistants. We head back to the fort and Ava helps me relax, assisting me in finishing the bread for the reception, along with a mating gift for Vaishuu. "You're going to be a beautiful bride," Ava promises, as we take a bath in the fort's smaller bathhouse. The warm waters begin to undo the knots in my shoulders from the stress of planning. The ceremony is going to be very private, small, and only attended by our closest friends, by my request. I haven't been around people very long, and large crowds still make me nervous. Falling asleep that night is difficult, but I finally manage to close my eyes, having wonderful dreams of running through the forest with Vaishuu. Ava wakes me the next day, around mid-morning, to help me begin to get ready. It is usually tradition for the groom's mother to help attend to the bride, but Vaishu's mother is long gone, so Ava will be the one to help me get ready. I sit at my dressing table as she begins to fix my hair, weaving strands with several coloured ribbons, all with their own symbolism. There's blue for loyalty, white for faithfulness, yellow for happiness, and gold for prosperity. It's finally time to get dressed, and I put on the dress that was delivered last night. The dress is gorgeous. It's green, a symbol of fertility for the Naga, with gauzy green overlay and a dark green belt. Incorporating my background, Iressa sewed green flowers all over the bodice and skirt. The sleeves are translucent and floaty, very lightweight and ethereal. With my long black hair down and tied away from my face, I look like a human version of the goddess Vatia. I gasp at my reflection in the looking glass. I look beautiful, I murmur, reaching up to touch my face. Of course you do, Ava agrees. It's time to pick a stone, she says, offering me a bag. It's supposed to give you good fortune in your future. I reach into the bag offered and pull out a stone with what looks like a flag. Oh wow, you have the symbol for joy. Your marriage will always be full of joy. She smiles. Now the last step is to put the sachet around your neck. She lifts the sachet with the herbs and places it around my neck, and it settles at the front of my dress. You're all ready? She hugs me and we both tear up. No tears. She waves her hand. Let's get going. The carriage is driving us to the forest so we don't have to walk. The only thing I was firm on for the ceremony was that I wanted it in the forest. Vaishuu suggested the temple, but the forest felt more appropriate for our relationship. We arrive just as the sun begins to set, and I gasp as I see all the candles lit up all around the circular space for the ceremony. I clutch the wildflowers Ava gathered for me to hold, for something to do with my hands to keep them from shaking, she said, and begin my walk to meet Vaishuu. His eyes grow larger and more watery as he takes in my appearance. He's wearing a clean and starched version of his military dress, looking tall and proud. I walk towards him and join him in the circle where he and the shaman are waiting. It's a very small, private ceremony. The only people present are Ava and the commander, Asha, and Vaishu's right-hand lieutenant Niyu. They lay flowers at our feet and then step back to watch over us. Welcome, friends, the shaman begins. We are gathered in this sacred space to bless the mating between Asta of the Forest and Captain Vaishuu Sar. I reach out, holding on to Vaishu's hands. I speak on behalf of the gods who preside over all unions. We ask that Oella brings order to their lives. We ask that Vartia brings new beginnings and fertile love. And we ask that Meinir brings peace of mind and loving companionship to the couple. The shaman continues, calling upon the gods and invoking their blessing on our union. I vow to spend eternity and beyond by your side, provide you with protection in the dark, strength when you fear, and enough love to fill our homes, Vaishuu says, holding my gaze with the emerald eyes I love so much. I vow to spend eternity and beyond by your side, provide you with food for hunger, warmth in the cold, and enough love to fill our homes, I say to him. And what the gods have joined, let none tear asunder. The shaman turns to me, asking for my sachet. I hand it over and he crushes the herbs inside, rubbing them over Vaishu's head before doing the same to Vaishuu, and then crushes the herbs and rubs them over my head. The ceremony now over, Vaishuu reaches for me, kissing me soundly before taking my hand and leading me deeper in the forest. A banquet has been set up for us on blankets, with plenty of food and wine to enjoy as the stars grow brighter in the sky. Eating under the starlight was Vaishu's request. He wanted to feel closer to the gods that way, inviting them spiritually to join us in our celebration. It isn't long before we finish, and the commander declares that he must take Ava home to rest. Asha and Niyu join them, and the shaman leaves as well, leaving us alone in the forest. You look beautiful, Vaishuu says, reaching for me once they're gone. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. I believe you vowed to spend eternity and beyond with me, I tease, watching the fire grow in his eyes, the scent of his arousal permeating the air. You want me to put you to heel? He growls, lunging for me. We fall back upon the blankets, laughing and wrestling for control. He pins my arms above my head with his powerful tail and begins the process of undoing the laces on my dress, letting it fall open for him so he can take one of my bared skin in his mouth.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Epilogue. Vaishuu. Mating with Aster was the best decision I ever made in my life. After 3 months, our love has only grown deeper and stronger. She waits for me at our home every day, always ready to listen and share about her own day. I didn't think my life could get better than what it was, and I was so very wrong. I hardly believe it some days. I never thought I would have let myself have a mate, especially not a human one. My prejudices were completely torn away after spending so much time around the 2 humans in my life. Aster is nothing like I imagined humans to be. She's not afraid to stand up to me when I'm being arrogant, nor is she afraid to put me in my place when I'm being biased against other humans. I've really changed. I glance over now to see her haggling with a merchant at one of the stalls in Marzula. She started trading her woven blankets for household supplies and is making a good living that way. I make enough to support us both, but she wants an equal partnership and likes to contribute. While she's busy, I slip away to sit at a cafe just across the way, taking an outdoor table. As a newly promoted intelligence officer for the commander, it's my job to find ways to pick up little tidbits of information in the city and touch base with the goings-on. Aster and I have both been working closely with Commander Furzu and Ava to protect our people, along with liaising with the Western Naga, and soon, the Palace. It's the only way we're going to stop the looming threat. And I'm telling you, this blanket is easily worth the price of a carriage. I'll take no less than 30 ducat. Aster puts her hands on her hips, earning a smirk from me as I watch her go toe-to-toe with the merchant. As my mate, she commands a certain level of respect, but as a human, she still faces prejudices from time to time. I'm not worried about stepping in at the moment. She is more than capable of handling herself. 26? 26 ducat. I'll leave you right now and go see Varoda's if you can't give me more, she says, glaring at the merchant. That's more like it, she grins when he caves and she exchanges the blanket for a pouch of coin. I feel an inexplicable sense of pride watching her. She comes over to me, jingling the pouch in her hands. Did you see that? Fat old Duta finally saw the light of day after I started trading with Varodas, she brags. He was always undervaluing my skills. You were incredible, I answer honestly. What are you going to do with your coins? Going to trade for some good quality Capra wool, she says smugly. I'll make more blankets with it. Maybe even one for the baby's room. Aster, you're not! I look up sharply. She smiles. Not for me, but for Ava, she teases. I feel a little disappointment, but I know we promised to wait until the threat had passed. Well, we can still keep practicing, right? I say, twining my tail around her ankle. She shakes it off, giving me a mock glare. Vaishuu, we're in public, she whispers, pretending to be scandalized when I know she would let me take her right here and now if I got her riled up enough. I'll behave, I say, but keep my tail around her ankle anyway. We sit at the cafe for a while, getting drinks and snacks. Asha comes over to say hello, along with Niyu. The two of them have been spending a lot of time together lately, since they're working with us on the intelligence operation. I heard while walking around the stalls in the east of town that Fizel has been butting heads with all the men at his outpost, Asha says, a smirk playing across her features. Truly, I am not surprised, I say, my own smirk growing. He is a jerk, and will learn to humble himself and fall in line or suffer the consequences. I hope he does learn, Aster says softly. If I had known you before you and I met in the woods, I might have found you just as arrogant and brutish. I think that time will give him a chance to come around. Doubtful, I snort. But let's hope you're right. Perhaps Minir can bless him with good sense, or maybe Fadia can grant him his own human that might help tame him I suggest. Or Atya might simply smite him with death, Niu says in his deep, rumbling voice. He's usually pretty quiet, so his sudden speech makes us all chuckle. We continue to sit at the cafe for a while longer, even after Niu and Asha leave. Do you think that the weather will hold on the way home? Aster asks, glancing up at the sky. It's clear, but the shamans have been predicting rain on the horizon. Hopefully. I look up as well. But a bit of rain won't hurt. I need to check on my garden if it does rain. I want to cover the fruit plants in case it's cold in the morning. I don't want them to freeze. She's put so much effort into making our house a home, just like the home she made in the cave. The courtyard in front of our house is teeming with wildflowers, and she's made a garden out back. There's fresh bread every day along with meats touched by fire. I always considered that a luxury only available to the nobility, but as Aster cannot eat the meat raw, we now enjoy it cooked. She's got her tapestries hanging everywhere now as well, along with dozens of woven blankets that drape over every surface, and there are even warm furs on the floors for our feet. I couldn't have asked for a more attentive mate. She's still independent and fierce, but she is also loving and gentle. Truly the gods have blessed us with each other. In exchange for the warmth she brings to our lives, I ensure that we're safe, protected, and live comfortably with enough money. Did you still want to go to see the old seamstress? I ask. Aster perks up from her cup of tea. Yes. She promised to make me a dress for when we go see the king, she says. I have never met royalty before, and I know that, as your mate, I will be accepted straight away, but I still want to make a good impression. I understand. I nod. Truly, I do as well. I've never met the king either, only the duke and the prince. How were they? Aster asks, raising an eyebrow. The prince was arrogant, somewhat like Tizel, I say. The duke was stern but understanding. I think that he might also have a human mate, I add. Oh, how interesting. Aster looks excited at the prospect of meeting the duke's human mate. Seems as though many women cannot resist the charms of a Naga. We are incredibly handsome men, I brag, turning my chin up. There's no way any woman can resist us. Aster laughs and takes another sip of her tea. A couple of Naga settle at the table behind us, their chatter pricking up my ears as I catch a few words such as coup and betrayal. I silently give her the signal, and she continues to pretend to chat idly, so I can listen in on their conversation. I heard there was a coup in the north, one says. A dark elf came in and overthrew the orcs that were subjugating a camp of human workers. Interesting. So the orcs are having difficulties of their own? Were they wiped out or driven off? I'm not sure. All I know is that the orcs are starting to get more pushback from the humans they've been enslaving. This is vital information for us, and it gives us hope for our ultimate battle against the orcs. I'll be sure to report it to Isma tomorrow. I continue to listen, but there isn't much more useful information in their conversation, so eventually I finish my own tea, and we rise and take our leave, heading to see the old seamstress for a bit, before journeying to the bookshop for Aster to pick up more reading material. She says she wants to learn all she can about the gods and their work with the Naga people. She's become just as devout as I am. The bookshop is crowded with books, many of them very old and worn. There's a musty smell that Aster claims to love but makes me sneeze. It's a small shop, but we come here every time we're in town for her sake. The bookshop owner has a book on Vatya for her when we enter. Here you are! He hands it over and she flips through while I browse the shelves. Thank you, Lanja, she says. I love how she gets to know every person she works with by name. It's sweet that she cares. Ready to go? I ask, after she gives the shop owner the money for her book. Ready. She links her arm in mine and we head to the stables, the evening sky turning to night. Our Hokin is waiting and Aster starts putting our things away in the saddleback while I head across the path to pay the young stable Naga that has been tending to the beast all afternoon. I turn back, almost dropping my pouch of coins as I see Aster, standing apart from the Hokin, gazing up at the sky as if in a trance. Aster! I call out her name, and she doesn't answer, doesn't stop looking upward. Instead, she utters 3 words that chill me to the bone. It is time.